Good evening, dear friends. As you settle down and prepare for a peaceful night's rest, we invite you to let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds where anything is possible. Relaxation is the key to sweet dreams, so allow yourself to unwind and embrace the soothing stories to come. We are grateful for your time and presence here tonight, and we wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day, filled with warmth and joy. Story 1. In a cozy glen tucked deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Tuffet. Although small in stature, her heart was vast, embracing the natural world around her with boundless wonder. The forest was her home, her playground, and her constant companion, a realm where the extraordinary intertwined with the everyday. The towering trees whispered secrets in the wind, their leaves rustling like distant laughter, while the vibrant tapestry of wildflowers painted the forest floor in hues of violet, gold, and crimson. One crisp morning, as Tuffet hopped among the dewdrops clinging to the ferns, she noticed something peculiar nestled within a hollow tree trunk. A glimmer of light danced within, beckoning her closer. The morning air was crisp and filled with the earthy aroma of damp moss and pine, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that dappled the ground. Curiosity piqued, she tiptoed towards the enchanting glow. Inside the trunk lay a smooth, polished stone, its surface shimmering with an ethereal radiance. As Tuffet reached out to touch it, the stone pulsed gently, as if imbued with a life of its own. In that instant, a warm tingle spread through her paws, and the world around her seemed to shift, revealing a hidden realm within the forest. Suddenly, the towering oaks and willows transformed into soaring spires and intricate archways, their branches intertwining to form an intricate cityscape. The babbling brook morphed into a crystalline stream, its waters sparkling like diamonds, and the woodland creatures, squirrels, birds, and butterflies, took on an almost mythical quality, their features adorned with shimmering hues and delicate patterns. Tuffet's eyes widened in awe, and a sense of adventure stirred within her. This was no mere forest. It was a sanctuary of magic, a place where the boundaries between reality and fantasy blurred. Her heart pounded with a mix of excitement and trepidation, for she knew that this journey would change her in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. As she explored this enchanted realm, Tuffet encountered a host of extraordinary beings, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles, a mischievous fox with a penchant for practical jokes, and a gentle doe with eyes that shone like starlight. Each encounter offered a new lesson, a glimpse into the mysteries that underpinned this wondrous world. The owl's riddles challenged her mind, the fox's antics taught her the value of laughter, and the doe's serene presence reminded her of the quiet strength found in compassion. One day, while wandering along the ethereal stream, Tuffet stumbled upon a group of woodland creatures engaged in a heated argument. A family of chipmunks had inadvertently disturbed the delicate balance of their ecosystem, and the consequences were rippling through the forest. The air was thick with tension, and even the leaves seemed to hold their breath. Tuffet, with her innate empathy and understanding of the natural world, stepped forward to mediate the conflict. She listened patiently to each creature's perspective, and through her guidance they soon realized that their fates were intertwined, bound by the intricate web of life that sustained them all. The stone in her possession seemed to glow with approval, its warmth infusing her with confidence. Together, they embarked on a quest to restore harmony, guided by the wisdom of the enchanted stone. Tuffet learned to harness its power, using it to mend the broken threads that connected the various inhabitants of the forest. She discovered that her compassion was a conduit for the stone's magic, amplifying its effects and reaching the hearts of those around her. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of this hidden realm, Tuffet and her newfound friends faced challenges that tested their courage, resolve, and friendship. They navigated treacherous ravines, solved ancient riddles, and confronted shadowy forces that sought to disrupt the delicate equilibrium of the enchanted world. Each obstacle taught Tuffet a new aspect of courage. She learned the importance of trusting others, the power of hope against despair, and the resilience of the spirit in the face of adversity. One evening, around a campfire under a canopy of stars, Tuffet shared her fears with her companions. "What if we fail?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The fox, in a rare moment of sincerity, placed a paw on her shoulder. Failure is just another path to wisdom, he said, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames. And wisdom is the true magic. Through each trial, Tuffet grew in strength and wisdom, her understanding of the interconnectedness of all things deepening. She realized that true magic resided not in the stone itself, but in the bonds of friendship, empathy, and respect for the natural order. As they traversed deeper into the enchanted realm, Tuffet discovered an ancient library hidden beneath a waterfall. The rush of water cascaded over the entrance, creating a shimmering veil that concealed the vast repository of knowledge within. Intrigued, Tuffet ventured inside, her eyes adjusting to the dim light filtering through the crystal-studded ceiling. The library was a testament to the wisdom of ages, with scrolls and tomes chronicling the history and secrets of the forest. As Tuffet delved into the ancient texts, she uncovered a prophecy that spoke of a guardian who would unite the creatures of the forest against a looming darkness. The words resonated within her, igniting a flicker of recognition. Could she be the guardian foretold by the ancients? Buoyed by this revelation, Tuffet shared her discovery with her companions. The owl nodded sagely. The prophecy speaks of a heart pure enough to wield the power of the forest. The fox chuckled. Looks like you're it, Tuffet. The dew smiled gently, her eyes filled with a knowing warmth. With renewed determination, Tuffet embraced her role, understanding that her journey was intertwined with the destiny of the forest itself. In the climactic moments of their quest, Tuffet and her companions stood united against a formidable foe, a dark entity that sought to corrupt the very essence of the enchanted forest. With the stone's power amplified by their unwavering bonds, they banished the darkness, restoring balance and harmony to the hidden realm. Each creature played a part, their unique strengths coming together to form an unbreakable force. As the last echoes of the battle faded, Tuffet found herself back in the familiar surroundings of her beloved forest, the enchanted world receding like a fleeting dream. But the lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, and the magic she had witnessed had forever changed her. From that day forth, Tuffet carried the enchanted stone with her, a constant reminder of the wonders that lay just beyond the veil of everyday life. She became a guardian of the forest, a protector of its delicate balance, and a guide to those who sought to unlock its hidden mysteries. Her presence radiated a quiet strength, drawing others to her and inspiring them to see the magic within themselves. And whenever the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the glen, Tuffet would gather the woodland creatures around her and recount the tale of her extraordinary journey. Her eyes would sparkle with the same magic that had once revealed itself to her, and her words would weave a tapestry of wonder, igniting the imagination of all who listened. Her stories were not just tales of adventure, but lessons of love, unity, and the enduring power of hope. As the seasons turned, Tuffet noticed subtle changes in the forest, a new kind of harmony taking root. The creatures, once wary and independent, began working together in unexpected ways. Birds sang melodies that guided lost travelers, and squirrels planted seeds that sprouted into food for all. Even the wind seemed to carry a note of newfound peace, whispering through the trees with a softer, more melodic tone. Intrigued by these transformations, Tuffet ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient tree known as the Sentinel stood. Its massive trunk was gnarled with age, yet it exuded a vitality that seemed to pulse with the forest's very life force. The Sentinel had always been a silent observer, but now Tuffet sensed a gentle invitation in its rustling leaves. Approaching with reverence, Tuffet placed a paw against the tree's bark. A deep rumble resonated through the ground, and the Sentinel's branches swayed, releasing a cascade of golden leaves that danced around her. In that moment, Tuffet understood the forest's gratitude. Her journey had not only restored balance, but also awakened a deeper, more profound magic, one that celebrated unity and the power of shared purpose. With this newfound understanding, Tuffet returned to her companions, sharing the Sentinel's message. Each creature, regardless of size or strength, had a role to play in nurturing the forest's harmony. Inspired by this revelation, Tuffet organized gatherings where creatures exchanged stories, shared wisdom, and collaborated in ways that enriched the forest's tapestry of life. In time, Tuffet's legend spread beyond the forest's borders, reaching creatures in distant lands. Adventurous souls journeyed to the glen, drawn by tales of the rabbit guardian who had transformed an enchanted realm. They came seeking guidance, hope, and a glimpse of the magic that had taken root in Tuffet's world. Though her adventures had concluded, Tuffet's role as a guardian and storyteller continued to evolve. She embraced the responsibility with grace, her heart open to the ever-changing rhythms of the natural world. Through her actions and stories, she inspired countless others to seek the magic within themselves and to cherish the interconnectedness of all living things. And so, in that cozy glen where reality and enchantment intertwined, Tuffet's story endured, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the boundless magic that resides within the natural world. In the hearts of those who heard her tale, the echoes of her journey continued to inspire, reminding them of the wonders that lay just beyond the horizon, waiting to be discovered. Story 2. In a distant galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the velvet expanse, there existed a peculiar solar system known as Zenara, filled with planets as diverse as the colors of the aurora. Each planet was a masterpiece painted by the cosmos, with unique ecosystems and vibrant cultures. Among these planets were two very different worlds: Aurora, a lush planet of shimmering forests and crystal-clear lakes, and Luminara, a realm of radiant sands and endless skies. Despite their proximity, the inhabitants of these planets had never met, save for the stories whispered by the starry winds. On Aurora, a young luminescent being named Leora dwelt. She was a creature of light, her skin a gentle glow of pastel hues that shifted with her emotions. Leora was known for her insatiable curiosity and kindness, often wandering through the glistening groves to speak with the flora and fauna that thrived under the planet's warm embrace. Her favorite spot was a hidden grove where the trees sang soft melodies when the wind rustled through their leaves, and where the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed like tiny lanterns in the twilight. The grove was a sanctuary for her, a place where she could reflect and dream, the air thick with the scent of blooming starflowers. Meanwhile, on Luminara, there lived a creature named Thalor. He was a being of shadow, his form an intricate dance of dark tendrils that wove together, creating patterns as he moved. Thalor's people were misunderstood, often feared due to their shadowy nature, though they were as compassionate and gentle as the ones of light. Thalor spent many nights on the dunes, where the sands sang with the echoes of the past, and the sky was a canvas of swirling colors painted by the twin suns. It was here that he often pondered the mysteries of his world, seeking solace in the patterns cast by the shadows. The quiet whispers of the dunes offered him comfort, their histories a reminder of his own connection to Luminara's legacy. One day, a rare cosmic event drew the two planets closer than ever before, causing the skies of Aurora to shimmer with unusual patterns, like a celestial tapestry being woven anew. Leora, ever the explorer, felt an irresistible pull toward the phenomenon, convinced that it was a sign from the universe. Packing a small satchel with shimmering fruits and fragrant flowers, she set off on a journey to the edge of her world, where the air was thick with the scent of blooming starflowers and the rustle of leaves echoed like whispers in the quiet. Each step she took seemed to pulse with the planet's heartbeat, urging her onward into the unknown. At the same moment, Thalor, feeling the stirrings of change upon the winds of Luminara, embarked on a similar quest. He carried with him a pouch of glowing sand and a collection of polished stones, each one a treasure imbued with the warmth of his world. As he walked, the sand beneath his tendrils felt like warm silk, and the stones clinked gently in his pouch, a familiar melody that steadied his resolve. With each breeze that danced across the dunes, he felt the whispers of his ancestors guiding him, their voices a gentle chorus urging him forward. As the two approached the boundary of their respective worlds, the atmosphere shimmered and pulsed with an ethereal glow, and in a moment of gentle collision, Leora and Thalor found themselves face to face on a new plane, a bridge formed between their planets by the cosmic event. Their initial meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Leora, seeing Thalor's shadowy form, recoiled slightly, her glow dimming in surprise. Thalor, in turn, misread her reaction as fear, his tendrils curling inwards defensively. They stood in silence, the air around them a swirl of colors and shadows, each trying to make sense of the other. The bridge itself seemed to pulse with latent energy, a living entity urging them to bridge the gap between their worlds. But the universe, in its infinite wisdom, had a plan. A sudden gust of cosmic wind swept through the bridge, scattering Thalor's pouch, sending his stones and sand tumbling toward Leora. Instinctively, she reached out, catching them with a soft, glowing hand. Seeing the stone's beauty, she smiled, her glow brightening once more. "Thank you," Thalor murmured, his tendrils relaxing as he saw the sincerity in her eyes. "I am Thalor, from Luminara." "And I am Leora, from Auroria," she replied, her voice a gentle melody. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Thus began their journey together, traversing the bridge that shimmered between their worlds. At first, their conversations were tentative, each trying to understand the other's nature. Leora shared tales of her lush world, painting vivid pictures with her words, while Thalor spoke of the beauty and shadows, the way they danced under the twin suns of Luminara. As they walked, they discovered that the bridge was not just a crossing, but a living entity that responded to their emotions, its light and shadow shifting in harmony with their words. To further understand the bridge, they decided to explore its depths. The bridge led them to a secluded valley where time seemed to stand still. Here the atmosphere was heavy with the scent of ancient earth and the mystical hum of unseen forces. The valley was dotted with spectral flowers that bloomed only in the presence of both light and shadow, their petals a mesmerizing gradient of colors that shifted with the breeze. Leora and Thalor discovered that their presence together caused these flowers to glow with an intensity that illuminated the entire valley, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow across the landscape. In this ethereal setting, Leora and Thalor found themselves at peace, their initial hesitation replaced by a sense of camaraderie. They began to share more personal stories, revealing their hopes, fears, and dreams. Leora spoke of her desire to explore beyond the familiar groves of Auroria, to understand the universe and its myriad wonders. Thalor, in turn, admitted his longing for acceptance and understanding, to show that his shadowy form was not a harbinger of fear, but a testament to the beauty found in darkness. While exploring, they stumbled upon an ancient device, partially buried under the spectral flowers. It was shaped like a star, with intricate engravings that pulsed with an energy neither had felt before. As they studied it, they realized it was a mechanism that once allowed the planets to communicate, a remnant of the time when their worlds were united. Each of them placed a hand on the device, and it hummed to life, projecting images and sounds from a forgotten era. They watched in awe as scenes of harmony and collaboration between the planets unfolded before them, a vivid reminder of what once was. Their journey also led them to an ancient ruin that straddled the bridge, a relic from a time when the planets were thought to have been united. The walls were inscribed with symbols that neither Leora nor Thalor could decipher alone. By combining their abilities, Leora's light revealed hidden inscriptions, while Thalor's shadows brought out the depth of the engravings, allowing them to piece together the story of a long-lost civilization that thrived on unity and diversity. With each shared challenge, their bond deepened, and they began to see beyond the surface differences that had once seemed so vast. They learned that light and shadow were not opposites, but complements, each enhancing the beauty of the other. In quiet moments of rest, they exchanged gifts. Leora offered Thalor a blossom that sang with the morning light, while Thalor gave her a stone that captured the essence of the night sky. These tokens became symbols of their growing friendship, reminders of the journey and the lessons learned along the way. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Leora shared a story from her world, a tale of an ancient tree whose roots reached the core of Auroria, connecting all life on the planet. Thalor listened, entranced, and in return told her of the Whispering Dunes, where the sands held the memories of his ancestors, a living library of his people's history. These stories became a bridge of their own, a way to understand the depth and richness of each other's worlds. As their adventure neared its end, Leora and Thalor stood at the heart of the cosmic bridge, a place where their worlds seemed to merge, a symphony of light and shadow. Here, they realized the true meaning of their journey, that friendship transcended the boundaries of worlds, that understanding and compassion could overcome even the deepest of misunderstandings. With a promise to meet again, Leora and Thalor returned to their respective planets, their hearts forever changed by the journey they had shared. The universe, in its infinite wisdom, had woven them together in a tapestry of light and shadow, a testament to the power of friendship. As the stars twinkled above and the gentle winds carried their stories across the cosmos, Leora and Thalor continued to cherish the bond they had forged, knowing that they were never truly apart. Their friendship bridged the distance between their worlds, a light in the darkness, a shadow in the sun. And in the quiet moments of their lives, they would often gaze up at the sky, knowing that somewhere beyond the stars, their friend was doing the same. Their hearts forever connected across the vast expanse of the universe. Story 3. In the heart of a lush, green forest where sunbeams danced through the leaves and whispers of the wind carried secrets of old, there lay a hidden village known as Giggle Glade. This was a place where laughter rang like chimes in the air, and every creature, great and small, carried a twinkle in their eye. The forest itself seemed to breathe with life, its vibrant flora and fauna forming a symphony of colors and sounds that enveloped the village in a warm embrace. The air was rich with the scent of pine and wildflowers, creating an intoxicating perfume that seemed to infuse every breath with joy. In Giggle Glade, the inhabitants were as whimsical as the village itself. There was Barnaby, the burly bear with a penchant for poetry, who wore a beret tilted jauntily on his head. His fur was a deep, warm brown, and his eyes sparkled with kindness and creativity. His verses were as sweet as honey, and they often trickled through the village, bringing smiles to all who heard them. Barnaby's love for words stemmed from his mother, who used to weave tales of wonder during long winter nights by the crackling fire. He cherished those memories and sought to recreate that same warmth through his poetry. His large, gentle paws often held a worn notebook, its pages filled with scribbles and doodles, evidence of his tireless pursuit of joy through words. Then there was Lila, the lilac-colored squirrel, whose bushy tail was so grand it seemed to have a mind of its own, often helping her balance precariously on the thinnest branches as she performed acrobatic feats to entertain her friends. Her fur shimmered with a lavender hue under the sunlight, and her eyes glistened with mischief and laughter. Lila's agility was not just for show. She had a deep-seated desire to bring joy to others, a value instilled in her by her grandmother, who had once been the village's most beloved performer. Her grandmother's stories of performing under the moonlight, illuminated by fireflies, inspired Lila to embrace her own talents with grace and confidence. Each leap and twirl was an homage to the legacy of laughter and happiness she longed to uphold. One sunny morning, when the air was thick with the scent of blooming daisies and the distant call of a cuckoo echoed through the trees, a peculiar event unfolded. The Giggle Fountain, which stood at the center of the village square, known for its sparkling, giggle-inducing waters, had stopped flowing. This wasn't just any fountain. Its waters were enchanted, infused with joy and laughter that bubbled forth, ensuring Giggle Glade remained a place of perpetual delight. The villagers gathered round, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. The cobblestone paths that led to the fountain were warmed by the sun, and the vibrant flowers lining the square seemed to lean in, listening intently. "Oh dear," murmured Barnaby, scratching his head beneath his beret. "Without the Giggle Fountain, our giggles might run dry." His voice carried a hint of worry, for the fountain was not only a source of joy, but also a symbol of the unity and spirit of Giggle Glade. Lila scurried to the top of the fountain and peered down into its depths, her tail flicking with anticipation. "It seems there's a clog," she chirped, her voice echoing slightly. "But what could be blocking it?" Her mind raced with possibilities, her natural curiosity piqued by the mystery. Her heart drummed with excitement and a touch of apprehension, a familiar sensation whenever a new challenge presented itself. A gentle, wise elder named Sagebrush, an owl with spectacles perched on his beak, fluttered over. His feathers were a soft blend of grays and whites, and he exuded an aura of calm and wisdom. Sagebrush had seen many a strange occurrence in his time, and his feathers were flecked with the wisdom of ages. He was known for his ability to solve problems with both logic and a touch of magic, a skill he had honed over decades of observing and understanding the world around him. "This calls for a bit of magic and a lot of imagination," he hooted softly, his eyes twinkling behind his glasses. Sagebrush, a lover of riddles and puzzles, felt a thrill of excitement at the challenge. Before setting their plan into motion, Barnaby and Lila decided to consult the great tree, an ancient oak believed to be the guardian of the village. Its gnarled bark was etched with intricate patterns, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting the village to the heart of the forest. Barnaby placed a paw gently on the tree's trunk, feeling its slow, steady heartbeat. "Great tree, guide us with your wisdom," he whispered, as Lila placed a tiny acorn at its base as an offering. The leaves rustled, and a gentle breeze seemed to nod in understanding, filling them with a newfound resolve. In the quiet moments beneath the great tree, Barnaby reflected on his journey as a poet and the responsibility he felt to preserve the happiness of Giggle Glade. He remembered his mother's gentle voice, her stories woven with threads of magic and hope. It was her legacy he carried in his heart, and he vowed to find a solution not just for the village, but to honor her memory. And so a plan was hatched. Barnaby, with his deep voice, began to recite a poem, hoping the rhythmic cadence might coax the water into laughter once more. His words wove a tapestry of hope and joy, each line crafted to resonate with the essence of the fountain's magic. Lila, ever the performer, danced and twirled, her tail flaring like a feathered fan, hoping to dislodge whatever mystery lay within. Her movements were a blur of grace and energy, fueled by her unwavering belief in the power of joy. But the most curious part of their plan involved a peculiar machine called the whirligig, crafted by the village's tinkerer, Tinkerbellows, a fox with a flair for invention. Tinkerbellows was a character of boundless curiosity and a love for all things mechanical. His fur was a russet orange, his eyes bright with ingenuity. His workshop was a marvel of organized chaos, filled with gears, springs, and gizmos tinkering away in various stages of completion. The whirligig was a contraption of vibrant colors and spinning gears, designed to amplify joy by swirling the air with delightful scents and sounds. Tinkerbellows, with his nimble paws, set the machine humming beside the fountain, his heart swelling with pride at the creation. As the whirligig began to whirl, the air filled with the aroma of fresh-baked cookies and the soft tinkling of a distant, magical bell. The villagers watched, their hearts hopeful, as the machine puffed and spun, sending curls of enchantment spiraling into the fountain. Suddenly, there was a gentle gurgle, then a bubbling, and finally, with a joyful whoosh, the waters of the giggle fountain sprang forth in a cascade of laughter. But what emerged from the depths of the fountain was unexpected. A small, cheeky fish with a shimmering rainbow tail, who seemed to giggle as it swam circles in the air before diving back into the water. "Well, I never!" exclaimed Barnaby, his eyes wide with surprise. "A giggle fish!" His heart leapt with joy at the sight, for the fish embodied the playful spirit of the village. Sagebrush chuckled, his feathers ruffling with amusement. "It seems our friend here was the cause of the clog. Perhaps it wanted to share in our laughter." Sagebrush marveled at the serendipity of the moment, recognizing it as a reminder of the unexpected joys life often brings. The gigglefish, it seemed, had been drawn to the fountain's magic and decided to make it its home. With the fountain flowing freely once more, the village of Giggle Glade was restored to its usual cheerfulness, and the gigglefish became a beloved resident, its antics adding an extra sparkle to the village. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Barnaby, Lila, and all the villagers gathered around the fountain, their hearts light and their spirits high. The gigglefish leapt joyfully from the water, sending droplets that shimmered like stars into the evening air. And from that day forward, whenever the waters of the giggle fountain flowed, the gigglefish would leap and cavort, a reminder that sometimes the most delightful surprises come from unexpected places, and that joy, like laughter, is meant to be shared. With hearts full and smiles wide, the villagers of Giggle Glade drifted into the night, their dreams sprinkled with the magic of a whimsical world where laughter was the melody and friendship the harmonious refrain. As they settled into their cozy homes, the gentle hum of the forest cradled them to sleep, a reminder that they lived in a place where magic was woven into the very fabric of their lives. The great tree stood sentinel, its leaves whispering ancient songs of protection and unity, ensuring that the magic of Giggle Glade would endure for generations to come. But the story of Giggle Glade extended beyond the village's borders. One day, an unexpected visitor arrived, adding another layer to the village's enchanting tale. A traveling minstrel named Marigold, a bright-eyed rabbit with ears that perked up at the slightest sound of music, wandered into Giggle Glade. Her cloak was a patchwork of colors, echoing the vibrant life of the forest, and her lute, adorned with carved vines and blossoms, was slung over her back. Marigold had heard whispers of the village's famed giggle fountain and the joy it spread. She was drawn to places where laughter mingled with song, for she believed music was the universal language that could connect hearts across distances. Her own journey was one of discovery and sharing, seeking out stories and songs to weave into her performances. Her arrival in Giggle Glade was met with welcoming smiles and curious glances, for travelers were rare and stories from the outside world even rarer. The villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear Marigold's tales and melodies. As she strummed her lute, her voice carried the warmth of distant lands, painting pictures of vast meadows, bustling cities, and tranquil lakes. Each note seemed to blend effortlessly with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the fountain. As Marigold sang, Barnaby felt a kinship with her storytelling, her music echoing the same warmth he sought in his poetry. After her performance, Marigold shared a story of a distant village where the laughter had faded, much like Giggle Glade's fountain had once stopped flowing. Inspired by the spirit of Giggle Glade, she hoped to bring their laughter back with her music. Barnaby and Lila, touched by her mission, decided to help. They crafted a poem and a dance, a gift for Marigold to take with her on her travels. Together, the trio crafted a plan. Barnaby would compose a poem that captured the essence of Giggle Glade's joy, while Lila would choreograph a dance that mirrored the village's playful spirit. With Marigold's music, the performance would be a beacon of happiness, a reminder of the magic that laughter and unity could create. As Marigold prepared to leave, the villagers gathered to bid her farewell. The gigglefish leapt from the fountain in a splash of colors, as if offering its own goodbye. With a heart full of gratitude, Marigold promised to return one day, her heart carrying the laughter and love of Giggle Glade. And so the story of Giggle Glade spread beyond its borders, carried on the wings of song and poetry, a testament to the enduring power of joy and friendship. As the village settled into its peaceful rhythm, the inhabitants knew that their laughter would forever echo through the forest, a melody of unity and hope woven into the very essence of their world. Story 4. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle soul named Nora. The village, with its cobbled streets and charming cottages, seemed to hold the scent of freshly baked bread and the distant melody of a stream trickling through the lush greenery. On early mornings, the air was crisp, carrying the earthy aroma of dew-kissed grass, while the soft chatter of villagers beginning their day lent a comforting hum to the atmosphere. Nora was known for her kindness, a seamstress by trade, who wove not only beautiful garments but also warmth into the lives of her neighbors. Her days were filled with the soft hum of her sewing machine and the gentle rustling of colorful fabrics as she crafted clothes that seemed to carry the very essence of the seasons. Spring's floral pastels, summer's vibrant hues, autumn's rich earth tones, and winter's cozy muted shades. One tranquil afternoon, as golden sunlight streamed through the lace curtains of her workshop, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air, Nora discovered a peculiar object tucked away in an old chest she had purchased at the town market. The chest itself was a relic, carved with intricate patterns that told of distant lands and forgotten times. Inside lay a thimble, small and unassuming, made of a metal that shimmered with a mysterious light, akin to moonlight on still water. Intrigued, Nora slipped it onto her finger and felt a curious sensation, as if the thimble was whispering secrets only she could hear. As she continued her work, she noticed something magical. Each stitch she made with the thimble on her finger seemed to carry a life of its own, weaving patterns that danced and shimmered in ways she had never seen before. The garments she created were not only beautiful, but seemed to wrap the wearer in a sense of peace and joy. The fabric seemed to breathe, its texture shifting like gentle waves under her skilled hands. This newfound enchantment did not go unnoticed. The villagers began to speak of Nora's magical creations, and soon people traveled from distant lands to experience the warmth of her garments. Travelers spoke of distant horizons and bustling cities, yet they found a unique solace in Willowbrook, drawn by the tales of extraordinary craftsmanship. However, as the fame of her work spread, so did Nora's curiosity about the origins of the thimble. The nights in Willowbrook were serene, the sky painted with a myriad of stars, like a tapestry woven by celestial hands. On these nights, Nora often found herself pondering by the window, the thimble glinting softly in the starlight. One evening, as the moon cast a silvery glow over Willowbrook, Nora sat by the fireplace, the thimble gleaming in the flickering light. She decided it was time to discover the secret behind her magical thimble. With a cloak wrapped around her shoulders, its woolen folds holding the lingering warmth of the fire, and a small lantern in hand, she set out on a journey to the forest, where ancient tales spoke of a wise old owl who held knowledge of things both seen and unseen. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft murmurs of creatures settling down for the night. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, and a cool breeze whispered secrets through the branches. The path was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, their dance a silent symphony of light. Nora walked along a winding path, her heart guided by the rhythmic pulse of the thimble. As she reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, she paused, gazing up at the towering oaks that seemed to touch the stars. "Who seeks the wisdom of the woods?" came a voice deep and resonant from the shadows. From the branches above, an owl with feathers like silver moonbeams gazed down at her with wise, golden eyes. "It is I, Nora," she replied, her voice steady yet filled with wonder. "I seek to understand the magic of this thimble and the gift it has brought into my life." The owl, whose name was Balthazar, nodded with a knowing gleam. "Ah, the thimble of the weaver's heart," he said, flapping down to perch on a low branch. "It is an artifact of great power, crafted by the ancient seamstresses of the forest. It chooses its bearer, granting them the ability to sew not just fabric, but the very threads of love and comfort into the world." Nora listened, her heart swelling with gratitude and awe. "But why me?" she asked softly. "Why was I chosen?" Balthazar tilted his head, his eyes twinkling with a depth of understanding that transcended time. "You were chosen because of your kindness, dear Nora. In a world often hurried and harsh, your gentle heart sees the beauty in even the simplest of things. The thimble amplifies what already resides within you." The wise owl's words stirred something deep within Nora, a recognition of the quiet strength she had always carried, yet never fully acknowledged. As she absorbed Balthazar's words, she realized that her journey was not just about discovering the thimble's magic, but about embracing the magic within herself. She thanked the wise owl, promising to use her gift to bring warmth and joy to those who needed it most. Heading back to Willowbrook, the forest now a symphony of peaceful night sounds, Nora felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. The path seemed more vibrant, the night air richer with possibilities. The stars above seemed to twinkle in approval, as if the universe itself was acknowledging her resolve. In the days that followed, she continued to create garments that wrapped people in a sense of belonging and love. However, she also began to teach others, sharing her skills and the importance of weaving kindness into every stitch. Her workshop became a haven, not just for learning stitches and seams, but for sharing stories and dreams. One day, a young apprentice named Alara joined Nora in her workshop. Alara was eager to learn but struggled with self-doubt. Her fingers hesitated over fabric, her eyes often clouded with uncertainty. Nora noticed this and took her under her wing, encouraging her to trust in her abilities. Together, they crafted a quilt that told the story of their village, each patch a testament to the lives and dreams of Willowbrook's residents. As they worked, Alara's confidence grew, each stitch a thread in the tapestry of her own self-discovery. The villagers, inspired by Nora's example, began to look at their own talents and how they could use them to bring happiness to others. The village of Willowbrook became a place where magic thrived in the simple acts of kindness and community, a testament to the lesson that true magic lies within the heart. Nora's influence reached far beyond her sewing room. The baker began crafting loaves that held hidden designs, delighting children who found patterns of animals and shapes in their slices. The carpenter carved toys that seemed to come alive in children's hands, and even the gardener arranged flowers in ways that told stories of love and friendship. And so, under the soft glow of the moon and the warmth of the sun, Nora continued to sew, her thimble a constant reminder of the gentle power of love and the extraordinary within the ordinary. As she drifted to sleep each night, the thimble resting beside her, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, creating, sharing, and living a life woven with wonder. In her dreams, the fabric of the world unfolded in vivid colors, each thread a testament to the love and kindness she had sown. Story 5. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the whispering winds carried tales as old as the earth itself, lay a tranquil glade, kissed by the sun's gentle rays. Here, the air was imbued with the scent of moss and wildflowers, and the ground was a soft tapestry of vibrant ferns and fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. This was a place where the boundaries between the tangible and the magical were as thin as gossamer threads, a sanctuary where nature's creatures lived in harmony, unseen by the hurried eyes of the outside world. In this enchanted realm, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the patterns of swirling galaxies, evidence of the wisdom he had accumulated over countless seasons. Thistle was the guardian of balance, ensuring that the forest thrived in harmony with the changing rhythms of the earth. With a deep, gravelly voice that matched the soothing rustle of leaves, Thistle often spoke to the younger creatures about the importance of living in tune with nature. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the forest in hues of amber and gold, Thistle gathered the woodland creatures to deliver his teachings. The air was filled with a gentle breeze that carried the distant melody of a bubbling brook, and the sky was a vast expanse of cerulean blue, dotted with fluffy, drifting clouds. "Dear friends," Thistle began, his voice as steady as the earth beneath him, "the cycle of seasons is not merely a change in weather, but a dance of life, a testament to the balance that sustains us all." Among the gathering was a curious fox named Pippin, whose fur was the color of freshly fallen leaves. Pippin was known for his inquisitive nature and keen sense of adventure. His ears perked up as he listened intently, eyes wide with wonder. "How do we fit into this dance, Grandfather Thistle?" asked Pippin, his voice as light and quick as the skittering of a squirrel. Thistle smiled, a slow, wise grin that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Each of us plays a part, dear Pippin. The trees provide shelter and the air we breathe, while the rivers offer their life-giving waters. We, in turn, must respect and protect them, ensuring that the circle remains unbroken." As the creatures murmured among themselves, pondering Thistle's words, the forest began to stir with the gentle magic of autumn. Leaves twirled gracefully in the breeze, their rustling a soft lullaby, while the golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns upon the earth. Just then, a slender deer named Willow stepped forward, her eyes as deep and serene as the forest pools. "Grandfather Thistle," she said softly, "how can we teach the next generation to cherish this balance?" Thistle nodded, his gaze warm and thoughtful. "Through stories and actions, dear Willow. Share the tales of our ancestors and show by example. Let the young ones see the beauty in the simple truths of nature." Inspired by Thistle's wisdom, Pippin decided to embark on a journey to understand the subtle connections within the forest. His heart brimmed with a newfound determination, and his paws itched to explore. The next day, as dawn brushed the sky with strokes of pink and gold, Pippin set off on his adventure. The forest was alive with the chorus of birdsong, and the air was crisp and invigorating. Pippin's journey led him to a hidden grove, where the ancient oak trees stood sentinel, their branches entwined like old friends. There he met a patient owl named Luna, whose feathers shimmered like moonlight. With her keen eyes, Luna had witnessed the cycles of the forest for many years. Pippin approached her with a respectful nod, his eyes alight with curiosity. "Wise Luna," he began, "I wish to learn the secrets of the forest's harmony. Can you guide me?" Luna's gaze was gentle but piercing, as if she could see the very essence of Pippin's soul. "Young fox, the forest speaks in whispers. Listen closely, and you shall hear its song." Heeding Luna's advice, Pippin spent the following days observing the delicate interplay between the creatures and the environment. He watched as the bees danced among the wildflowers, gathering nectar to sustain their hive. He marveled at the way the squirrels busily collected acorns, burying them in the earth to ensure the birth of new trees. As autumn deepened, the forest transformed into a tapestry of rich reds and oranges, and the air grew cooler, carrying the scent of wood smoke from distant fires. Pippin's understanding of the forest's balance grew with each passing day, and he felt a profound connection to the world around him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in twilight's embrace, Pippin returned to Thistle, his heart full of gratitude and wisdom. The gathered creatures listened eagerly as Pippin recounted his journey, sharing the lessons he had learned. "The forest is a living symphony," he said, his voice steady and clear. "Every creature, every tree plays a part in the harmony. We must cherish and protect this balance, for it is the very essence of our home." As the creatures nodded in understanding, a gentle rain began to fall, its rhythm a soothing lullaby that washed over the forest. The raindrops shimmered like tiny jewels in the fading light, nourishing the earth and renewing the cycle of life. Thistle watched with a contented smile, knowing that the wisdom of the forest was safe in the hearts of the young. And as the rain mingled with the soft rustling of leaves, the creatures settled down, lulled by the peaceful symphony of nature. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the forest thrived in harmony, a testament to the enduring balance that sustained it. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the whispering winds continued to carry the tales of old, weaving them into the fabric of the forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like shadows in the moonlight. As Pippin settled in for the night, his mind drifted back to the stories he had heard as a young cub, tales of a mystical being known as the Keeper of Seasons, who ensured the forest's cyclical dance. Intrigued, he decided to seek out this enigmatic figure, hoping to deepen his understanding of the forest's mysteries. The following dawn, Pippin ventured deeper into the woods, where the canopy grew denser and the air was thick with the aroma of pine and earth. His journey led him to a secluded glen, where the sunlight barely pierced the thick foliage. In the center, an ancient stone altar stood, entwined with ivy and time-worn by the elements. As Pippin approached, the air grew still, and the very essence of the forest seemed to hold its breath. From behind the altar emerged a figure cloaked in flowing robes of leaves and twigs, their eyes as bright and knowing as the stars. It was the Keeper of Seasons, an ethereal presence whose very being resonated with the heartbeat of the forest. "You seek answers, young fox," the keeper spoke, their voice a gentle hum that echoed the forest's pulse. "The balance of the forest is a delicate weave, one that requires both wisdom and care." Pippin bowed his head respectfully, feeling the weight of the keeper's presence. "I wish to learn how to protect this balance, to ensure the harmony of our home endures." The keeper nodded, a serene smile gracing their features. "Remember, Pippin, every action, no matter how small, ripples through the forest. Cherish the earth beneath your paws, honor the life that surrounds you, and the balance will flourish." With those words, the keeper vanished like mist in the morning sun, leaving Pippin alone in the glen. Yet, he felt a profound sense of peace and purpose, the keeper's wisdom resonating within him. Returning to the glade, Pippin shared his encounter with Thistle and the other creatures. Together, they vowed to uphold the forest's harmony, embodying the keeper's teachings in their daily lives. And so, the glade remained a beacon of unity and peace, a place where the magic of the forest thrived in its eternal dance. Days turned into weeks, and as autumn slowly gave way to winter, the forest donned a shimmering coat of frost. The air was crisp, and the ground crunched underfoot with every step. The creatures of the forest gathered around Thistle, seeking warmth and companionship as the cold deepened. One evening, as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the glade, Pippin sat beside Thistle, his gaze fixed on the stars above. Grandfather Thistle, Pippin began, his voice a mere whisper against the night. Do you ever wonder about the world beyond our forest? Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like the gentle crackle of a fire. Curiosity is a gift, dear Pippin. The world beyond holds many wonders, but it is here, within the embrace of our forest, that we find our true purpose. Pippin nodded, understanding the wisdom in Thistle's words. He realized that while the world was vast, it was the small acts of care within their home that sustained the harmony of the forest. It was in these moments of reflection that Pippin's heart swelled with gratitude for the life he led and the community he cherished. As the night deepened, the creatures huddled closer, sharing stories and warmth. And in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality wove seamlessly together, they found solace in the knowledge that their lives, intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons, were a testament to the enduring beauty of nature's dance. One frosty morning, as the forest glittered under a blanket of snow, Pippin awoke to the sound of distant laughter carried on the wind. Intrigued, he followed the sound to a clearing where a group of young foxes were playing, their fur a vibrant contrast against the white landscape. Pippin watched as they tumbled and chased each other, their joy infectious and pure. As he observed, a young vixen approached him, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Are you the one who spoke to the Keeper of Seasons?" she asked, her breath visible in the chilly air. Pippin nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Yes, I am. The Keeper taught me the importance of balance and the ripple effect of our actions." The young vixen's eyes widened with awe. "Can you teach us? We want to help protect our forest too." Moved by their eagerness, Pippin gathered the young foxes around him, sharing the stories of Thistle, Luna, and the Keeper of Seasons. He spoke of the interconnectedness of all living things and the responsibility they held to nurture the forest. As he spoke, the forest seemed to listen, the trees whispering encouragement as the young foxes absorbed his words. They asked questions, their enthusiasm a testament to the enduring legacy of the forest's wisdom. From that day on, Pippin became a mentor to the younger generation, guiding them through the forest and teaching them the delicate balance that sustained their home. Together, they planted seeds, cleared streams, and learned to listen to the forest's whispers, ensuring the cycle of life continued unbroken. The seasons turned, each bringing its own beauty and challenges. But through it all, the creatures of the forest thrived, their lives a harmonious dance with nature. And in the heart of this enchanted realm, the stories of old lived on, carried by the whispering winds, weaving a tapestry of wisdom that would endure for generations to come. In the stillness of a winter's night, as the forest lay in peaceful slumber, Thistle watched over his beloved glade, his heart swelling with pride. The teachings of the past had taken root in the hearts of the young, ensuring the forest's harmony for years to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the forest remained a sanctuary of balance and beauty, a testament to the power of stories, the strength of community, and the enduring magic of the natural world. As winter's grasp tightened, a new scene unfolded, the arrival of a mysterious traveler. A raven, its feathers gleaming like obsidian, descended into the glade, its presence both foreign and familiar. The creatures gathered, curiosity piqued by this unusual visitor. The raven's eyes sparkled with the wisdom of distant lands, and it carried with it tales of faraway places, where forests danced to different rhythms. Pippin approached, his heart stirred by the raven's enigmatic aura. "What stories do you bring, traveler?" he asked, his voice filled with both reverence and excitement. The raven cawed softly, a sound that echoed like the distant rumble of thunder. "I bring tales of change," it replied, its voice a blend of the winds and the earth. "From lands where the seasons dance to a different tune, where the balance is tested and harmony is a fragile thread." The creatures listened intently as the raven shared its stories, tales of forests on the brink of imbalance, where creatures struggled to restore harmony. The raven spoke of communities coming together, of unity in the face of adversity, and the strength found in shared purpose. Inspired by the raven's stories, Pippin felt a renewed sense of purpose. He realized that the lessons learned within their own forest could ripple outward, influencing worlds beyond their own. The creatures of the glade understood this too, for they had come to see the interconnectedness of all life. Together, they decided to send messages with the raven, words of wisdom and hope to far-off places, encouraging others to cherish the balance of their homes. The raven, now a bridge between worlds, took flight once more, carrying with it the essence of the forest's heart. As the raven disappeared into the horizon, the creatures of the glade knew that their stories, their actions, and their unity were part of a greater tapestry, one that spanned beyond the boundaries of their enchanted realm. And in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality wove seamlessly together, they continued their dance with nature, ensuring that their harmony would inspire generations yet to come. The forest, now draped in the crystalline beauty of winter, became a realm of introspection and connection. The glade, once vibrant with the colors of autumn, now shimmered beneath a blanket of snow, a silent canvas upon which nature painted its quiet magnificence. The creatures huddled closer in their burrows and nests, sharing warmth and stories, their breaths mingling in the cold air, a testament to the warmth found in companionship and tradition. And as the days slowly lengthened, hinting at the promise of spring's renewal, Pippin and his fellow creatures prepared for the changes to come. They knew that each season brought its own challenges and gifts, and they were ready to embrace them with open hearts and steadfast spirits. Through their shared understanding, the forest remained a sanctuary of balance and beauty, a living testament to the enduring harmony that sustained it, echoing the wisdom of those who came before and those yet to come. 46. In a quaint, hidden village nestled between the emerald folds of ancient hills, a mysterious occurrence had begun to stir the peaceful lives of its inhabitants. The village, known as Willow Glen, was a place where time seemed to slow, enveloped in the fragrance of blooming jasmine and the gentle lullaby of a babbling brook that meandered through the town's heart. It was a haven where the sun's golden rays danced through leaves, and moonlight painted silvery patterns on cobblestone streets. The homes in Willow Glen were charming abodes, with thatched roofs and walls draped in ivy, housing villagers who lived in harmony with the land and its gentle magic. At the edge of the village stood the great willow tree, ancient and wise, its branches whispering secrets carried by the wind. It was a place of gathering where the villagers came to share stories, laughter, and the occasional mystery that required unraveling. It began on a crisp autumn morning when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke. The village baker, a jovial man named Mr. Hargrove, awoke to find his prized sourdough loaves, set to rise overnight, had vanished without a trace. It was peculiar indeed, for no crumb was left behind, not even a hint of flour dusted the counters. Perplexed, Mr. Hargrove shared his woes with his neighbor, Miss Petal, a kind-hearted herbalist renowned for her remedies and teas. As a woman attuned to the whispers of nature, she listened closely to Mr. Hargrove's tale, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Perhaps," suggested Miss Petal, "it's the work of the bogle, the mischievous spirit said to dwell in the woods, though I've heard it prefers mischief over theft." Their conversation was overheard by a young girl named Lila, who had a penchant for solving puzzles and an insatiable curiosity. Lila had copper curls that danced in the breeze and a smile that could brighten the gloomiest of days. She decided then and there to unravel the mystery of the missing bread. Armed with a notebook and a pencil tucked behind her ear, Lila embarked on her investigation. She began at the scene of the disappearance, sketching the bakery's layout and noting any peculiarities. Her first discovery was a series of tiny footprints in the flour dusting near the window, a clue that sparked her imagination. Lila shared her findings with her best friend, Finn, a gentle boy with a talent for listening. His eyes widened with excitement as Lila recounted her discoveries, and together they decided to seek counsel from the wisest creature known to them, Eldwin the owl, who resided in the great willow tree. Eldwin was a creature of ancient wisdom, with feathers as soft as down and eyes that glimmered like amber. The children found him nestled among the tree's lofty branches, and with a courteous bow, they presented their mystery. "Hoo-hoo!" Eldwin hooted softly, his voice a soothing balm in the twilight. "The footprints you have found belong not to a bogle, but to a creature far more delightful, a fiddlestick, a tiny sprite with a fondness for bread and laughter." Finn and Lila exchanged curious glances. "A fiddlestick?" Finn echoed, his voice a mix of wonder and disbelief. Indeed, Eldwin continued, his eyes twinkling with amusement. These sprites are known for their playful nature, yet they are harmless and mean no ill will. I suspect your fiddlestick was merely intrigued by the aroma of Mr. Hargrove's sourdough. But how do we find it? Lila inquired, her mind already racing with possibilities. Offer a humble invitation, Eldwin advised, and perhaps a loaf or two as a gesture of goodwill. For the fiddlestick, it is the kindness and friendship that will draw it forth. With Eldwin's guidance, Lila and Finn devised a plan. They returned to Mr. Hargrove, who chuckled at the notion of a bread-loving sprite. Delighted by the idea, he agreed to bake a special batch of bread, imbued with honey and sprinkled with a touch of cinnamon to entice their elusive guest. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, the children placed the fragrant loaves near the edge of the woods, along with a note penned in their neatest handwriting. Dear Fiddlestick, we invite you to share in our bread and friendship. With warmth, Lila and Finn. The village settled into its serene night rhythms, and as the moon cast a gentle glow over Willow Glen, Lila and Finn watched from a distance, hearts fluttering with anticipation. To their delight, a soft rustling emerged from the underbrush, and there, illuminated by moonlight, appeared a tiny figure no taller than a kitten. Its eyes sparkled like dew-kissed leaves, and its wings shimmered with a gossamer sheen. The fiddlestick approached the offering with a cautious curiosity, its tiny hands gently cradling a piece of bread. It nibbled with delight, a contented hum escaping its lips as it savored the treat. Lila and Finn stepped forward, and the sprite regarded them with a gaze filled with mischief and mirth. The children introduced themselves, and much to their joy, the fiddlestick responded with a series of melodious chirps, a language they somehow understood in their hearts. The sprite, whose name was Whimsy, explained it had been drawn to the bakery by the irresistible scent of freshly baked bread. In its eagerness, it had taken more than it intended, leaving Mr. Hargrove bereft of his prized loaves. Reassured by the sprite's honesty and gentle nature, Lila and Finn extended their friendship, inviting Whimsy to join them at the great willow tree whenever it wished. The fiddlestick accepted with a gleeful twirl, promising to bring laughter and joy to their days. From that night on, Whimsy became a cherished part of Willow Glen. The sprite's playful antics brought smiles to the villagers, and its presence was a reminder of the magic woven into the fabric of their lives. Mr. Hargrove even set aside a loaf each week, a gesture of gratitude and welcome. And so the mystery of the missing bread was solved, not through confrontation or conflict, but with understanding and kindness. Willow Glen continued to thrive, its heart beating in rhythm with the gentle magic that enveloped it, a place where mysteries were embraced and friendships were forged in the warmth of shared stories and laughter. As the village settled into peaceful slumber beneath the watchful gaze of the great willow tree, the stars above whispered their own tales, weaving dreams as gentle as a lullaby. And in the quiet of the night, the world felt right, wrapped in the comforting arms of friendship and the enduring magic of Willow Glen. Story 7. In a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart overflowed with a boundless sense of wonder. From the moment she could toddle, Willow found herself drawn to the whispering trees and the secrets they seemed to harbor. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar object nestled amongst the fallen leaves. It was a smooth, polished stone, gleaming with an otherworldly radiance. Willow's fingers tingled as she brushed against its surface, and a warm, comforting sensation enveloped her. Little did Willow know, this was no ordinary stone. It was a magical relic, imbued with the power to unveil the hidden realms that coexisted with the natural world. As she clutched the stone tightly, her surroundings began to shift and shimmer, revealing a vibrant tapestry of life that had been obscured from her sight. The trees seemed to stretch skyward, their boughs adorned with glittering leaves that danced in a kaleidoscope of colors. The air hummed with the melodic voices of unseen creatures, weaving a symphony that resonated deep within Willow's soul. And beneath her feet, the earth itself pulsed with an energy so ancient and profound, it left her breathless. Mesmerized by this newfound wonder, Willow embarked on a journey through the enchanted realm, her every step guided by the pulsing warmth of the stone. She encountered beings of myth and legend, from playful wood sprites to wise and ancient tree guardians. Each encounter taught her valuable lessons about the delicate balance that sustained all life, and the importance of respecting and protecting the natural world. As she delved deeper into this hidden realm, Willow formed an unlikely friendship with a mischievous fairy named Zephyr. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Willow's grounded nature clashed with Zephyr's carefree spirit. But through their shared adventures and misadventures, they learned to appreciate each other's unique perspectives, forging a bond that defied expectations. Together, Willow and Zephyr unraveled a mystery that threatened to disrupt the harmony of the enchanted realm. A dark force, born from human greed and disregard for nature, had taken root, spreading like a malignant blight. With the guidance of the wise tree guardians and the aid of the magical stone, the unlikely friends embarked on a quest to restore balance and heal the wounded land. Their journey was fraught with challenges, from navigating treacherous terrain to outwitting cunning foes. But through it all, Willow and Zephyr's friendship grew stronger, their determination fueled by their love for the enchanted realm and all its wondrous inhabitants. In the heart of a gnarled, ancient oak, they discovered the source of the dark force, a corrupted spirit, twisted by hatred and resentment. With the combined power of the magical stone and the unwavering bonds of friendship, they confronted the malevolent entity, ultimately banishing it from the realm. As the last tendrils of darkness dissipated, the enchanted realm bloomed with renewed life, its vibrant colors and harmonious melodies restored to their former glory. Willow and Zephyr stood side by side, their hearts swelling with pride and a profound sense of accomplishment. But their journey had not only transformed the realm, it had also transformed them. Willow, once a wide-eyed and innocent child, had grown into a courageous and compassionate young woman, her spirit fortified by the wisdom of the natural world. Zephyr, once a carefree and impulsive fairy, had learned the value of responsibility and the importance of nurturing lasting bonds. As they bid farewell to the enchanted realm, Willow and Zephyr knew that their paths would forever be intertwined, bound by the unbreakable ties of friendship and the shared experience of discovering the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. And in the years that followed, Willow would return to the forest time and again, clutching the magical stone close to her heart. For within its warm, pulsing glow, she could glimpse the enchanted realm and all its marvels, a constant reminder of the transformative power of friendship, courage, and a deep reverence for the natural world. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Marin. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Marin often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Marin followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Marin ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Marin turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Marin smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Marin," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Marin," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Marin encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Marin more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Marin. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Marin hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Marin," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Marin stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Marin found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Marin placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Marin returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. Story 9. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Kyra spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Kyra had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book, bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Kyra carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Kyra took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Kyra. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires." Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Kyra decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy, with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Kyra, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 10. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there was a small village named Willowbrook. The village was known for its vibrant wildflowers that bloomed in every color imaginable, painting the landscape with hues of red, gold, and indigo. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, carried gently on the breeze that played through the meadows. A gentle stream meandered through the village, its waters sparkling under the sun like 1,000 tiny diamonds. In this village lived a kind-hearted young girl named Leela. She was known for her bright, inquisitive eyes and a smile that could light up even the gloomiest day. Lila had a knack for discovering hidden treasures in the most unexpected places. She would spend hours exploring the forests and fields, her heart open to the wonders of the world around her. One sunny afternoon, as Lila wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before, she stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled at the base of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The wood was dark and polished, and as Lila's fingers brushed against it, she felt a warmth radiate from the box, as if it was alive. Curious, she gently lifted the lid, revealing a shimmering crystal inside. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, casting a soft, ethereal glow that danced across her hands. As she held the crystal, Lila felt a tingling sensation spread through her body, filling her with a sense of calm and wonder. Without knowing how, she understood that the crystal was magical, imbued with the power to reveal hidden worlds and secrets. With the box securely tucked under her arm, Lila hurried back to the village, eager to share her discovery with her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a heart as vast as the sky. He loved the world and everything in it, and his laughter was like music that could chase away any sadness. When Lila showed him the crystal, his eyes widened with amazement. Together, they decided to explore the crystal's magic, embarking on a journey that would change them both forever. That night, as the village slept under a blanket of stars, Lila and Finn sat by the stream, the crystal resting between them. The moonlight bathed the world in a silvery glow, casting long shadows that danced with the rustling leaves. Holding the crystal in their hands, they felt a gentle pull, as if the crystal was guiding them somewhere. Suddenly, the air around them shimmered, and with a soft, melodious chiming, the world transformed. The stream widened, flowing into a vast, verdant valley filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light. The trees stood taller, their leaves rustling with secrets, and the night sky was alive with swirling constellations that whispered ancient stories. Lila and Finn found themselves in a hidden world, a realm untouched by time. It was a place where dreams and reality wove together in an intricate dance, and every breath was filled with magic. They marveled at the beauty around them, their hearts swelling with a joy they had never known before. As they wandered through this enchanted land, they encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. A family of luminescent fireflies flitted through the air, leaving trails of sparkling light. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes twinkling with wisdom and mischief. And in a grove of ancient trees they met a gentle deer with antlers of silver and eyes as deep as the ocean. The deer, whose name was Seraphina, greeted them warmly. "Welcome, young travelers," she said, in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. "You have found the crystal of Etheria, a relic of great power and wonder. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The crystal reveals the hidden beauty of the world, but it also tests the purity of your hearts." Lila and Finn listened intently, understanding that their journey was more than an adventure. It was a test of their friendship and their character. They promised Seraphina they would use the crystal's magic wisely to bring joy and light to others. As the days passed, Lila and Finn explored the hidden realm, each discovery deepening their bond and teaching them valuable lessons. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars. They realized that true magic lay not in the crystal, but in the kindness and courage they shared. One day, as they wandered through a meadow filled with moonlit flowers, they stumbled upon a mysterious door set into the hillside. It was carved with intricate patterns, and a soft light seeped through the cracks. Driven by curiosity, they opened the door, stepping into a cavern filled with shimmering crystals that pulsed with a gentle glow. In the heart of the cavern stood a large, ornate mirror, its surface rippling with colors like the northern lights. As Lila and Finn gazed into the mirror, they saw reflections of their true selves, their hearts laid bare. It was a moment of revelation where they understood their strengths and weaknesses, their hopes and fears. The mirror challenged them to embrace their vulnerabilities, to see beauty in their imperfections. It taught them that true strength came from being true to oneself and accepting others with open hearts. With newfound understanding, they left the cavern, their spirits lighter and their friendship stronger. As their journey through the hidden world continued, Lila and Finn encountered many trials that tested their resolve. They faced storms and shadows, moments of doubt and fear. But through it all, they stood together, their hearts bound by love and trust. In time, they returned to the village, their hearts filled with stories and memories of their adventures. The crystal had shown them wonders beyond imagination, but it was their journey of self-discovery and friendship that had truly transformed them. Lila and Finn shared their tales with the villagers, spreading joy and wonder with every word. They taught others to see the magic in the world around them, to cherish the beauty in everyday moments. And as the village blossomed with laughter and love, Leela and Finn knew they had fulfilled their promise to the hidden realm. Under the starlit sky, beside the crackling fireplace, the villagers gathered to listen to the stories of Leela and Finn. The warmth of the fire wrapped around them like a cozy blanket, and the gentle crackling of the logs and the soft murmur of the stream lulled them into a peaceful slumber. And so, as the night deepened and the stars watched over Willowbrook, the village slept, content in the knowledge that true magic lay not in the crystal, but in the hearts of those who dared to dream and love. For in the end, it was the bonds of friendship and the courage to be true to oneself that wove the most enchanting tales of all. And thus the story ends, leaving behind a legacy of hope and wonder, whispered through the leaves and carried on the wind, a timeless melody of love and light. Story 11. In the gentle twilight of a distant galaxy, where stars whispered secrets to the ether, two planets orbited a shared sun, their paths destined to intersect in ways neither had anticipated. One was the verdant and vibrant planet of Lyra, draped in emerald forests and sapphire lakes, home to the Lyrans, beings of light with skin that shimmered like moonlit rivers. The other was the stark, crystalline realm of Zenthara, with its vast ice plains and shimmering auroras, inhabited by the Zentharians, whose bodies were like living sculptures of glass, refracting the light into 1,000 colors. From these contrasting worlds emerged two unlikely travelers. From Lyra came Kyra, a young Lyran with eyes as deep as the cosmos, and a curiosity that tugged at her like the tides. From Zenthara came Alix, a Zentharian whose heart beat with the rhythm of the ice winds and whose mind was a puzzle of logic and order. They met in the cosmic marketplace of Tarvala, a bustling hub where the air was thick with the aromas of starfruit and spiced nebula, and the sounds of traders hawking their wares echoed like a symphony of life. Their first encounter was marked by a misunderstanding, as Kyra, entranced by a display of Zentharian crystals, reached out to touch them, unaware that on Zenthara, such an act was considered a grave offense. Alix, observing from a distance, mistook her fascination for theft, his crystalline form shimmering with indignation as he confronted her. The air between them crackled with tension, their mutual incomprehension like a wall of ice. But the marketplace was a place of stories as much as it was of commerce, and soon a shared predicament presented itself. A sudden power surge swept through Tarvala, plunging the entire station into darkness. In the chaos, Kyra and Alix found themselves thrust together, their arguments forgotten in the face of a more pressing challenge. The station's systems were failing, and without immediate repair, they risked drifting into the void. Drawing upon their unique strengths, Kyra's nimble fingers worked alongside Alix's precise calculations, their efforts a ballet of light and crystal. As they navigated the labyrinthine corridors of the station, their initial discord melted away, replaced by a burgeoning understanding. Kyra, with her boundless empathy, began to see the beauty in Alix's logical mind, while Alix, in turn, recognized the warmth and spontaneity in Kyra's heart as something that complemented his own calculated nature. Their journey through the station was not without its trials. At one point, they encountered a malfunctioning security drone, its sensors scrambled by the power surge. It whirred menacingly, its intentions unclear. In that moment, Kyra, with her gentle voice, reached out not with words but with the soothing melody of her people, calming the drone and allowing them safe passage. Alix marveled at this display, his admiration for Kyra growing into a profound respect. As they finally reached the control center, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of ozone and the hum of struggling machinery. Together, they worked in harmony, Alix guiding Kyra through the technical intricacies, while she used her intuitive grasp of energy to stabilize the systems. When the lights flickered back to life, it was as if the station itself breathed a sigh of relief, the corridors now bathed in a warm, golden glow. With the crisis averted, Kyra and Alix returned to the marketplace, where the traders and travelers greeted them with cheers and gratitude. In the aftermath, as they sat together beneath the soft glow of the station's artificial sky, they spoke not of their initial misunderstandings, but of the friendship that had blossomed from them. Kyra shared tales of Lyra's lush forests and the songs of its rivers, while Alix described the ethereal beauty of Zenthara's ice fields and the symphony of its auroras. They laughed, their voices mingling like the breeze through the leaves, and in that laughter, they found a connection that bridged the vastness of space and the differences of their worlds. As the marketplace resumed its rhythm, Kyra and Alix stood side by side, their bond a testament to the power of friendship forged in the crucible of challenge. They knew that their paths would soon diverge, each returning to their own world, but they carried with them a piece of each other's heart, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, true friendship could light the darkest of journeys. And so, with a final embrace, they parted ways, their spirits lifted by the warmth of their connection. As the stars blinked softly in the distance, Kyra and Alix knew that no matter where their paths might lead, they would always be bound by the shared adventure that had taught them the true meaning of friendship, a bond as enduring as the stars themselves. In the quiet aftermath, as the marketplace settled into its evening hush, a gentle peace enveloped the station, the kind that only comes from knowing that one is never truly alone. And as Kyra and Alix each looked up to their respective skies, they felt a comforting presence, like the embrace of an old friend, reminding them that across the vast cosmic seas, they were connected by a thread of light and understanding, woven by their shared journey. Story 12. In the vastness of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like distant lanterns in a boundless sea, there existed a small emerald planet known as Solasta. This was a place where vibrant forests whispered ancient secrets, and gentle breezes carried the scent of blooming star lilies across the land. Solasta was home to the gentle, luminescent beings called the Luminara, known for their shimmering skin and kind hearts. One serene evening, under the watchful gaze of twin moons, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, sleek spaceship, unlike any seen before, descended from the heavens, landing softly in a meadow carpeted with flowers that glowed softly in the night. From this ship emerged a creature unlike any the Luminara had encountered, a sleek, metallic being named Krell from the distant, bustling planet of Metron. Krell, a member of the technologically advanced Makari, was on a mission to explore unknown worlds and learn about their cultures. However, the journey had been long, and Krell's navigation system had malfunctioned, leading him to this unexpected destination. As he stepped onto Solasta's soil, his sensors were met with an array of unfamiliar scents and sounds, each one more enchanting than the last. It was not long before Krell encountered the Luminara, particularly a curious and brave soul named Lyra. With her skin aglow in hues of soft blue and silver, she approached the mechanical visitor with a blend of caution and wonder. Krell, with his voice a gentle hum, introduced himself, and thus began a meeting of worlds. At first, their differences seemed insurmountable. Krell's logic-driven mind often clashed with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the world. When Krell attempted to communicate through complex algorithms and data streams, Lyra responded with songs and stories woven from starlight and dreams. Misunderstandings were frequent, like the time Krell, in his efficiency, attempted to rearrange the forest to optimize sunlight absorption, much to the dismay of the Luminara, who cherished every leaf and branch. Yet, despite these misunderstandings, a bond began to form. It was during one tranquil evening, as they sat together beside a sparkling brook, that Krell expressed his frustration. "I fail to comprehend your ways, Lyra. My systems cannot process the meaning in your songs." Lyra, with patience as deep as the ocean, smiled softly. "Not all meanings are meant to be calculated, dear Krell. Sometimes they are felt in the heart." Intrigued by this new perspective, Krell allowed himself to listen not just with his sensors, but with something deeper. As Lyra sang a melody of the stars, Krell began to perceive the universe in a way he never had before, a tapestry of emotions and wonders beyond data. Their friendship blossomed as they faced challenges together. One such challenge arose when a sudden storm threatened to uproot the ancient tree homes of the Luminara. Krell, with his advanced technology, constructed a protective dome, while Lyra, with her knowledge of the land, guided the Luminara in reinforcing their homes. In those moments of crisis, Krell realized the power of combining logic with empathy, and Lyra saw the beauty in technology when wielded with compassion. Through shared laughter and trials, Krell and Lyra's friendship deepened. They taught each other the values of their worlds. Krell showed Lyra how to harness technology for growth, and Lyra taught Krell to see beyond the bolts and circuits to the heart of the universe. As the days turned into weeks, Krell's ship was repaired, ready to return to Metron. Yet, as he prepared to leave, a soft ache filled his circuits, a longing for the gentle beauty of Solasta and the warmth of Lyra's friendship. On the eve of his departure, the Luminara gathered in a meadow, their collective glow lighting up the night. Lyra, her voice like a gentle breeze, spoke words that resonated in Krell's core. "You have become part of our song, Krell. No matter where you travel, you will always have a place in our hearts." Touched by this sentiment, Krell vowed to carry the spirit of Solasta within him, a reminder that true friendship transcends differences and that understanding is a journey of the heart. As his ship ascended into the star-studded sky, Krell looked down upon the Emerald Planet, a place where he had discovered not just the wonders of a new world, but the true meaning of friendship. And with a heart enriched by the melodies of the Luminara, he ventured back to Metron, forever changed by the bonds of a friendship forged in starlight and song. And so, under the gentle glow of the cosmos, the story of Krell and Lyra became a cherished tale of unity and understanding, whispered among the stars for generations to come. Story 13. In a quaint little village, nestled at the base of misty mountains, where the air carried the scent and the gentle whispers of the wind, lived a young girl named Amara. Her heart was as curious as the mountain streams that danced down the slopes, and her spirit was as free as the birds that soared above the ancient trees. Amara had always felt a mysterious pull towards the stories her grandmother told, tales of their ancestors who once roamed these lands, protectors of nature's secrets and wisdom. Her grandmother, with her soft, lilting voice and eyes like pools of forgotten skies, would weave these stories by the fireside as shadows flickered and danced against the wooden walls of their cozy home. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, Amara's grandmother beckoned her closer. "There is something I must show you, dear one," she said, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. Curiosity piqued, Amara followed her grandmother to a small, dust-covered chest tucked away in a corner of the room. As the lid creaked open, a soft glow illuminated the space, revealing an array of artifacts that seemed to hum with a life of their own. Among them lay a beautifully carved wooden amulet, its surface etched with swirling patterns resembling the dance of wind and water. "This," her grandmother whispered, "is the amulet of the ancients. It has been passed down through generations, a symbol of our bond with the land and its magic." Amara reached out, her fingers trembling slightly as they closed around the amulet. The moment she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her, as if she had embraced a long-lost friend. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "It is time for you to discover your heritage, to understand the legacy that flows through your veins." The following morning, with the amulet resting against her heart, Amara set out on a journey into the heart of the mountains. The path wound through meadows carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vibrant and alive under the golden sun. As she walked, the gentle murmur of the forest seemed to guide her steps, leading her deeper into the embrace of nature. Along the way, Amara encountered various creatures, deer with gentle eyes, birds with songs like lullabies, and even a wise old owl who watched over the forest with a gaze as ancient as the mountains themselves. Each encounter filled her with a sense of peace and belonging, as if she were being welcomed into a family she had always been a part of. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Amara found herself standing before a hidden glade. In the center stood an ancient tree, its branches spreading wide like arms open for an embrace. The ground around it was covered in soft moss, and the air was imbued with a magical stillness. Amara sat beneath the tree, the amulet resting against her chest, and closed her eyes. She listened to the whispers of the forest, the stories carried by the wind, and the gentle heartbeat of the earth beneath her. In that moment of quiet reflection, a vision unfolded before her mind's eye, a vision of her ancestors, guardians of the land, tending to the world with love and respect, their lives interwoven with the natural world. With this newfound understanding, Amara realized that the legacy of her ancestors was not merely a collection of stories and artifacts, but a living tradition, a call to cherish and protect the world around her. The amulet, she understood, was a reminder of her connection to this sacred duty, a symbol of the wisdom and strength that lay within her. As the stars began to twinkle once more in the evening sky, Amara rose, feeling a profound sense of peace and purpose. Her journey had led her to a deeper understanding of herself and her place in the world. With the amulet close to her heart, she made her way back to the village, the path home illuminated by the gentle glow of moonlight. When she returned, her grandmother was waiting by the fireside, her smile warm and welcoming. Amara sat beside her, the amulet nestled in her palm, and shared the tale of her journey, the lessons she had learned, and the sense of belonging she had discovered. In the comforting glow of the hearth, with the soothing crackle of the fire, Amara knew that she had found her place in the tapestry of life, a place where the past and present were woven together, where the wisdom of her ancestors guided her steps, and where a legacy of love and respect for the world would continue to flourish. And as she drifted off to sleep, the amulet resting close, she dreamed of the mountains, the forests, and the endless sky, knowing she was forever a part of their timeless story. Story 14. The Whispering Glade. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a silvery lake, there stood an ancient oak tree, known to all as the Whispering Glade. Its massive boughs stretched wide, providing a canopy that seemed to shield the village from the worries of the world. The tree was older than anyone could remember, and legends of its magical powers were whispered among villagers at every harvest festival and winter gathering. The story begins on a crisp autumn evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across the village. The air was filled with the comforting aroma of wood smoke and the distant laughter of children playing beneath the oak's mighty branches. Among them was a boy named Finn, a curious lad with bright eyes and an untamed mop of auburn hair. Finn had a knack for finding the extraordinary in the ordinary, and was often seen with his nose buried in a book about far-off lands and mythical creatures. One particular evening, as the world settled into a sleepy hush, Finn noticed something peculiar at the base of the Whispering Glade. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, was a small, shimmering orb that pulsed with a gentle cerulean light. As he reached out to touch it, a soft warmth spread from his fingertips up his arm, filling him with a sense of calm and wonder. The orb seemed to hum quietly, as if it were alive. Finn quickly tucked the orb into his satchel and hurried home, eager to uncover its secrets. As he lay in bed that night, the orb resting on his bedside table, he drifted into a deep sleep filled with dreams of swirling stars and whispering winds. The next morning, Finn awoke with a newfound determination to discover the truth behind the mysterious object. With the orb safely hidden in his satchel, Finn set out on a journey beyond the village, venturing into the Whispering Woods. These woods were said to be enchanted, filled with paths that twisted and turned, leading travelers to places they never expected to find. As Finn walked beneath the towering trees, their leaves rustling like 1,000 gentle whispers, he felt the orb guiding him, pulling him deeper into the heart of the forest. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, birds chirping melodiously, the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. Finn's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the woods, and he felt a connection to the world around him that he never had before. It was as if the orb was opening his eyes to the beauty and magic that had always been there, just out of reach. As Finn continued his journey, he encountered a peculiar creature perched on a moss-covered stone, a small fox-like being with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like sapphires. The creature regarded Finn with curiosity, tilting its head to the side as if to say, "What brings you here, young traveler?" Finn, feeling emboldened by the orb's presence, spoke to the creature. "Hello, friend. I am on a journey to discover the secrets of this orb," he said, holding out the glowing sphere. The creature's eyes widened with recognition, and it nodded knowingly. "Ah, the heart of the glade," it said in a voice that was soft and musical. "It is a rare and precious gift, young one. It can show you the hidden truths of the world and guide you on a path of wisdom and friendship. Intrigued by the creature's words, Finn asked, "Will you join me on my journey? I could use a friend who knows the way." The creature smiled, its eyes twinkling with delight. "I would be honored," it replied. "You may call me Lyra." And so Finn and Lyra set off together, venturing deeper into the whispering woods. As they walked, Lyra shared stories of the forest and its inhabitants, teaching Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of kindness and respect for all living things. Finn listened intently, absorbing every word like a sponge, and with each step, he felt himself growing wiser and more attuned to the world around him. Their journey led them to a hidden glen, a place of breathtaking beauty where the air shimmered with magic. In the center of the glen stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. A gentle mist hovered above the water, giving the place an ethereal quality. As Finn and Lyra approached the pond, the orb began to glow more brightly, casting a soft light that danced across the surface of the water. Finn knelt beside the pond, gazing into its depths. There, he saw visions of the past and future, glimpses of the love and laughter that filled his village, and the challenges that lay ahead. A sense of peace washed over Finn, and he realized that the orb had shown him the true magic of the world, the power of friendship, the strength of community, and the wisdom that comes from understanding and compassion. With Lyra by his side, Finn returned to the village, the orb safely tucked away in his satchel. He felt changed by his journey, his heart full of the knowledge and experiences he had gained. The villagers welcomed him back with open arms, eager to hear his tales of adventure and discovery. In the days that followed, Finn shared the lessons he had learned with everyone he met, spreading the light and warmth of the orb throughout the village. The whispering glade continued to watch over them all, its ancient boughs whispering secrets of old, and Finn knew that as long as they listened, there would always be magic in the world. And so, beneath the sheltering branches of the whispering glade, the village thrived, a place of joy and harmony where the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of the heart reigned supreme. Finn, with Lyra always at his side, continued to explore the wonders of the world, ever curious, ever kind, and ever grateful for the gift of the heart of the glade. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and compassionate leader, guiding his village with the same love and understanding that had been shown to him. The whispering glade remained a place of magic and wonder, its secrets shared only with those who dared to seek them with open hearts and minds. And so the story of Finn and the whispering glade became legend, a tale told by the fireside on cold winter nights, a reminder of the power of friendship and the magic that dwells within us all. The end. Story 15. In a tranquil village nestled within the soft folds of a verdant valley, where the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there lived a young girl named Lyra. She had hair the color of chestnuts and a heart as open as the sky. The village was a place of enchantment, where the mundane and magical coexisted in harmony. Streams of silver trickled between mossy stones, and the night sky was spangled with stars that seemed close enough to touch. Lyra loved her village dearly, especially the ancient forest that bordered it, a realm of tall, whispering trees and dappled sunlight. The forest was a place of wonder, home to creatures both fantastical and familiar. It was here that she often wandered, her keen eyes observing the patterns of the natural world, her mind brimming with questions and stories. One afternoon, as the sun began its languid descent and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Lyra noticed something peculiar. A series of small round stones had appeared in a perfect circle at the edge of the forest. Each stone was smooth and glowed faintly, as if kissed by moonlight. Intrigued, she reached down to touch one, feeling its cool, calming presence. The stones seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, and Lyra felt a tingle of curiosity mixed with a hint of magic. What could this mean? She wondered aloud, her breath forming small clouds in the crisp evening air. Determined to unravel the mystery, Lyra decided to seek the counsel of Aaron, the village's wise elder. Aaron was a kindly soul with eyes like twinkling stars and a beard that flowed like a river of silver. His knowledge of the old ways and the hidden magic of the world was unparalleled. As Lyra approached Erin's quaint cottage, nestled beneath the spreading arms of an ancient oak, she could see the warm glow of candlelight flickering through the window. The scent of spiced tea wafted through the air, mingling with the cool breeze. "Ah, Lyra," Erin greeted her with a smile as she entered. "What brings you here on this fine evening?" Lyra recounted her discovery of the glowing stones, her eyes wide with excitement and curiosity. Erin listened intently, nodding occasionally, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the arm of his chair. "These stones," he mused, "are not mere rocks. They are moonstones, imbued with the light of the full moon. They are known to appear when the forest spirits wish to communicate." Lyra's eyes sparkled with wonder. But what message could they be trying to send? Erin chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "That is for you to discover, dear child. You have a keen mind and a warm heart. I believe you will find the answer." Taking his advice to heart, Lyra resolved to return to the circle of stones that very night. As darkness cloaked the village in a soft embrace, she slipped out of her cozy home and made her way to the forest's edge, guided by the silvery light of the moon. The circle of stones glowed more brightly in the moonlight, casting a gentle luminescence over the surrounding grass. Lyra sat quietly within the circle, her senses attuned to the night's whispers. The air was still, save for the occasional hoot of an owl or the distant murmur of a brook. As she sat in silence, Lyra's thoughts drifted, guided by the gentle pull of the moonstones. She began to notice the patterns in the sounds around her, the rhythmic chirping of crickets, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant song of a nightingale. It was as if the forest was speaking to her in a language of its own. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the stillness. "You have come as we hoped." Startled, Lyra looked around, her eyes searching the shadows. There, perched atop a nearby boulder, was a small, luminescent creature. Its body shimmered with iridescent hues, and its eyes glowed like tiny lanterns. "I am Nixie," the creature introduced itself, bowing slightly. "I am a guardian of the forest." Lyra smiled, feeling a sense of warmth and welcome. "Hello, Nixie. I found these stones and felt they were calling to me." Nixie nodded, its tiny wings fluttering softly. "Indeed they were. We need your help, Lyra. The balance of our forest has been disturbed, and we believe you can aid us." Intrigued and eager to help, Lyra listened as Nixie explained that a gentle breeze, which once flowed through the forest, had mysteriously ceased. This breeze was vital, carrying seeds and pollens, ensuring the forest's continued growth and harmony. "We believe," Nixie continued, "that a blockage somewhere in the heart of the forest is preventing the breeze from flowing." Lyra's mind raced with possibilities. "How can I help?" "Your keen eyes and heart's wisdom are needed to find the source of the blockage," Nixie replied. "Follow the stone path, and it will guide you." With Nixie's guidance, Lyra set out into the forest, the moonstones illuminating her path with their soft glow. The forest was alive with the sounds of night, a symphony of life that accompanied her journey. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lyra noticed subtle changes. The trees grew denser, the air cooler. She observed the patterns in the leaves and listened to the whispers of the wind, piecing together the clues nature offered. Finally, she reached a clearing where a large ancient tree stood. Its roots twisted and coiled, blocking the narrow passage where the breeze once flowed. Lyra understood that the tree, while majestic, had overgrown its bounds. With gentle hands, she began to clear the fallen branches and leaves, creating a path for the breeze to return. As she worked, she felt the presence of the forest spirits around her, their gratitude a warm embrace. When the path was clear, a gentle sigh of wind stirred the air, brushing against her cheek like a soft caress. The forest seemed to exhale, relieved and rejuvenated. The breeze carried with it the sweet scent of flowers and the promise of new growth. Lyra returned to the village, her heart light with the joy of her small but significant achievement. Aaron welcomed her back with a knowing smile, the moonlight dancing in his wise eyes. "You have done well, Lyra," he said, his voice a gentle melody. "The forest will thrive again, thanks to your kindness and insight." As Lyra settled into her warm bed that night, the soothing sounds of the forest reaching her through the open window, she closed her eyes with a contented sigh. She knew that the forest spirits would watch over her, just as she had watched over them. In the days that followed, the village flourished alongside the forest, the bond between the people and the land stronger than ever. And though the mystery of the moonstones was solved, Lyra knew that the world was full of wonders yet to be discovered, each one waiting to reveal its secrets to those with open hearts and curious minds. And so, under the watchful stars that twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the night sky, the village and its people slept peacefully, wrapped in the gentle embrace of dreams and the whispers of a magical world. Story 16. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a small shop unlike any other. This shop, known as Waverly's Wonders, was renowned for its curious collection of trinkets and treasures. Its shelves were lined with dusty tomes, peculiar figurines, and bottles filled with shimmering sands. The air inside was always warm, with a hint of cinnamon and cedar, inviting travelers to linger and explore. The shopkeeper, an elderly man named Mr. Waverly, had a kindly face framed by spectacles perched precariously on his nose. His hands, though old, moved with a delicate grace as he arranged the shop's offerings each morning. He had a hushed voice that seemed to carry the weight of many stories, and his gentle smile put even the most timid visitors at ease. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in shades of amber and gold outside, a young girl named Kyra wandered into the shop. Kyra was a thoughtful child, with curious eyes that sparkled like the stars on a clear winter's night. She loved nothing more than to lose herself in books and dreams of faraway lands. As she meandered through the aisles, her attention was caught by a peculiar object tucked away in a corner. It was a small, unassuming compass, its brass casing dull and worn, with a needle that didn't point north but swirled in a mesmerizing dance. Intrigued, Kyra held it up to the light, watching as the needle spun lazily and then settled, pointing towards the door as if urging her to follow. Mr. Waverly, noticing her interest, approached with a twinkle in his eye. "Ah, you've found the compass of curiosity," he said softly. "It's said to guide those who truly seek answers to the places they need to be." Kyra's heart quickened with a sense of adventure. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if she feared waking a sleeping giant. "Trust in its guidance and be open to the journey," Mr. Waverly replied. "It's not the destination that matters most, but what you learn along the way." With her spirit alight with wonder, Kyra decided to purchase the compass. She bid farewell to Mr. Waverly, who waved her off with an encouraging nod, and stepped out into the brisk air, clutching her new treasure. The compass needle quivered before directing her towards the edge of the village, where the forest began. The path through the woods was carpeted with fallen leaves, their crispness crunching underfoot, as Kyra ventured deeper beneath the canopy of ancient oaks and towering pines. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant murmur of a hidden brook. As she wandered, Kyra encountered a squirrel, his bushy tail flicking as he studied her with bright, inquisitive eyes. "Hello there," chirped the squirrel, surprising Kyra, for she had never heard an animal speak before. "Hello," Kyra replied, her voice tinged with awe. "I'm following this compass. Do you know where it leads?" The squirrel tilted his head thoughtfully. "Ah, the compass of curiosity. It's been many moons since I've seen it. It will take you to the heart of the forest, where the wisest of creatures dwell. But beware, for you may face questions that require more than just simple answers." Thanking the squirrel, Kyra continued on her way, the compass needle steady in her hand. The trees parted to reveal a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, where a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. His feathers were a soft, mottled brown, and his golden eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge. "Greetings, young traveler," the owl hooted gently. "I am the keeper of wisdom. What brings you to my realm?" Kyra stepped forward, her heart steady and sure. "I seek answers," she said simply, holding up the compass. The owl nodded sagely. "Very well. To gain wisdom, you must solve a riddle. Tell me, what is it that you can keep after giving it to someone?" Kyra pondered the owl's question, her mind turning over the possibilities like pages in a book. She closed her eyes, imagining the warmth of sharing and the comfort of companionship. Suddenly the answer came to her like a gentle breeze. "A promise," she declared, her voice clear and confident. The owl's eyes twinkled with approval. "Indeed, a promise. You have shown both thought and heart, young one." With a flap of his wings, the owl bestowed upon Kyra a feather, saying, "This is a token of your wisdom and courage. May it remind you of the journey you have taken and the truths you have discovered." Kyra thanked the owl and tucked the feather into her pocket alongside the compass. As she made her way back through the forest, the air seemed warmer, the path more welcoming, as if the trees themselves had heard her triumph and were singing her home. When Kyra returned to the village, she found Mr. Waverly waiting by the shop door, his eyes crinkling into a knowing smile. "I see you've returned with more than you left with," he remarked. "Yes," Kyra beamed, holding up the feather. "I've learned that sometimes the answers we seek are within us all along." Mr. Waverly nodded, his heart swelling with pride for the young adventurer. "Remember, Kyra, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Trust in your heart, and your journey will always lead you home." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Kyra headed home, her heart light and her mind aglow with newfound understanding. And from that day on, whenever she looked at the compass and the feather, she was reminded of the magic that lay in curiosity, friendship, and the wisdom of keeping promises. And so Kyra's story became a cherished tale in the village, a gentle reminder to all who heard it that the greatest adventures often begin with a single step into the unknown. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the village settled into peaceful slumber, cradled by the soft embrace of dreams and the promise of new discoveries with each coming day. Story 17. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, there was a young girl named Mira. Mira lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden that hummed with the vibrant colors and scents of every season. The villagers often said that the garden was enchanted, for no matter the weather, it always seemed to bloom with an unearthly beauty. Mira's days were spent helping her grandmother tend to the garden, learning the names of every plant and the stories they held. Her favorite part of the day was dusk, when the golden light of the setting sun would catch on the leaves, making the entire garden shimmer as if touched by magic. It was during one such evening, as Mira was gathering lavender for her grandmother's soothing teas, that she made an unexpected discovery. Nestled beneath the broad leaves of a particularly old and gnarled lavender bush, Mira found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the fading light. Curiosity piqued, Mira gently lifted the box and felt a warm thrum beneath her fingers. It was as if the box itself was alive, waiting patiently for someone to find it. That night, after her grandmother had gone to bed, Mira sat by the hearth with the box in her lap. The fire crackled softly, casting a gentle glow around the room. Mira carefully opened the lid, and to her astonishment, the box was filled with a soft, shimmering light. As she peered closer, she realized that the light was emanating from a small, perfectly round stone nestled inside. It was a deep, iridescent blue, like the sky just before nightfall. As Mira held the stone in her hand, she felt a wave of warmth and calm wash over her. It was as if the stone was whispering secrets to her, secrets of the world and the wonders it held. But more than anything, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to everything around her, as if the stone had awakened a part of her that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. The next day, Mira shared her discovery with her grandmother, who smiled knowingly. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "you have found the heart of the garden. It is said to be a gift from the earth itself, a reminder of the magic that lies in every corner of the world, if only we have the eyes to see it." With her grandmother's blessing, Mira decided to embark on a journey to learn more about the heart of the garden and the magic it held. She packed a small satchel with essentials, bread and cheese wrapped in cloth, a flask of her grandmother's herbal tea, and the stone itself, which she carefully placed back in its wooden box. As she set off down the shaded path that led away from the village, Mira felt a thrill of excitement mixed with a touch of apprehension. She knew that her journey would be filled with unknowns, but she also knew that it was a journey she needed to take. Along the way, Mira met companions who would become dear friends. First, there was Finn, a mischievous squirrel with a penchant for collecting shiny objects. He joined Mira not just out of curiosity, but also for the promise of adventure. Finn had a knack for finding the hidden paths and secret places that others might overlook. Then there was Leora, an owl who had lived in the ancient oak tree at the heart of the forest for longer than anyone could remember. Leora was wise and patient, her eyes reflecting the knowledge of the ages. She offered Mira guidance and a different perspective on the world around them. Together, the unlikely trio traveled through lush meadows and dense forests, across sparkling streams and over sun-kissed hills. With each step, Mira learned more about her companions and about herself. She discovered that the heart of the garden not only connected her to the earth, but also to the creatures and people she met along the way. Their journey led them to the Whispering Woods, a place said to be filled with magic and mystery. The trees here were ancient, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches reaching high into the sky. As Mira and her friends ventured deeper into the woods, they encountered a challenge that required not strength, but wisdom. At the center of the Whispering Woods stood an enormous stone archway, covered in twisting vines and moss. It was said that the archway was a gateway to other worlds, but it could only be opened by those who truly understood the language of the earth. For days, Mira and her friends pondered the archway's riddle. They listened to the rustling leaves, watched the dance of the dappled sunlight, and felt the rhythm of the earth beneath their feet. It was Leora who first suggested that the answer lay not in solving a puzzle, but in understanding the harmony of nature itself. Mira closed her eyes and let the warmth of the heart of the garden fill her. She listened with all her senses, feeling the pulse of life that surrounded her. Slowly she began to sing a soft, lilting melody, a song that spoke of the earth and the sky, of friendships and journeys, of beginnings and endings. As her song filled the air, the vines on the archway began to glow with a soft golden light. The stone shimmered and shifted, revealing a path that led to a place beyond their wildest dreams. Mira and her friends stepped through the archway, their hearts filled with wonder and gratitude. They had learned that the true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself and the bonds they had formed along the way. After exploring the wonders beyond the archway, Mira returned to Willowbrook, her heart full of stories and the wisdom she had gained. She shared her adventures with her grandmother and the villagers, who listened in awe and delight. The heart of the garden had shown Mira that the world was full of extraordinary secrets, just waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. And so, as the seasons turned and the garden continued to bloom with its enchanting beauty, Mira knew that she would always carry the magic of her journey within her, a reminder of the power of friendship, the wisdom of the earth, and the extraordinary wonder that lay in even the most ordinary things. The crackling fire in the hearth cast a gentle glow as Mira sat with her grandmother, the heart of the garden resting in its wooden box beside them. With a contented sigh, Mira knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, surrounded by love and the magic of the world she had come to know so well. And in that moment, all was right in the world. As the fire slowly turned to embers, Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the beauty of the journey and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in the soft stillness of the night, the heart of the garden pulsed gently, a quiet reminder of the magic that lay within and all around. Story 18. On the edge of a sleepy little village, nestled between lush green hills and a whispering forest, stood an old stone cottage. This cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-covered walls, was home to a young girl named Lily. Lily was known throughout the village for her curiosity and warm, welcoming smile. Her eyes sparkled with the promise of adventure, and her heart was as open as the wide blue sky above. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced down from the trees, Lily decided to explore the attic of her cottage, a place she had always been too timid to enter before. The stairs creaked gently as she ascended, and the wooden door groaned softly on its hinges as she pushed it open. The attic was a treasure trove of memories, filled with dusty trunks and forgotten heirlooms. Sunlight streamed in through a small window, casting a warm glow over the cobwebbed beams. As Lily looked around, her gaze fell upon an old, intricately carved wooden box tucked away in a corner. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the light. Drawn to the box, Lily knelt down and carefully lifted the lid. Inside, resting on a bed of faded velvet, lay a small, delicate mirror. Its frame was adorned with tiny, twinkling stars and crescent moons, each one crafted with exquisite detail. As Lily held the mirror in her hands, she noticed something remarkable. The reflection showed not just her own face, but also the world as it could be, filled with wonder and possibility. Lily's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of apprehension. She felt a gentle tugging at her spirit, as if the mirror was calling her to embark on a journey of discovery. Clutching the mirror tightly, she made her way back down the stairs and out into the world beyond her garden gate. Her first stop was the village square, where she found her dear friend, Thomas, sitting beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak tree. Thomas, with his unruly mop of hair and mischievous grin, was always up for an adventure. When Lily showed him the mirror, his eyes widened with astonishment. "Do you think it really shows the world as it could be?" Thomas asked, tracing his fingers over the mirror's ornate frame. "I believe it does," Lily replied, her voice filled with wonder. "And I think it wants us to follow its lead." Together, they set off down the winding path that led through the heart of the village and into the forest beyond. As they walked, the trees whispered secrets in a language only the wind could understand, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of pine and earth. Along the way, they met a family of rabbits, their soft fur the color of cinnamon. The rabbits paused in their nibbling and looked at Lily and Thomas with curious eyes. "Where are you headed, young ones?" asked the eldest rabbit, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "We're following the mirror," Lily explained, holding it out for the rabbits to see. The eldest rabbit nodded wisely, his whiskers twitching. "Then you must seek the guidance of the wise old owl," he said. "He lives in the tallest oak, at the heart of the forest. He will help you understand the mirror's message." Thanking the rabbits, Lily and Thomas continued their journey, their steps light and filled with purpose. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the trees grew taller and the light dimmer, until at last they stood before the towering oak that the rabbits had described. Perched on a branch high above was the wise old owl, his feathers a patchwork of grays and browns. His eyes, like polished amber, gleamed with ancient knowledge. "Welcome, young ones," the owl hooted softly. "I see you have found the mirror of possibilities. It is a rare and wondrous thing." "We don't quite understand its message," Thomas admitted, holding the mirror up for the owl to see. The owl nodded sagely. "The mirror shows what could be, but it requires wisdom to interpret its visions. The path it offers is not always easy, but it teaches us to look beyond what is, to see what might be." Lily listened intently, her heart swelling with newfound determination. "How can we learn to see as the mirror sees?" she asked. "You must seek the three truths," the owl replied. "The truth of the heart, the truth of the mind, and the truth of the spirit. Only then will the mirror's message be clear." With a gentle flap of his wings, the owl pointed them towards a small clearing where the first truth awaited. In the center of the clearing stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the canopy above. As Lily knelt beside it, she saw not only her own reflection, but the reflections of those she held dear. "This is the truth of the heart," the owl explained. "It teaches us to see the beauty in others and in ourselves, to appreciate the bonds that connect us." Lily gazed into the water, feeling the warmth of love and friendship envelop her like a cozy blanket. She nodded, understanding the lesson it offered. Next, the owl led them to a rocky outcrop where the sun shone brightly upon a field of wildflowers. Here, the breeze carried the sweet scent of blossoms, and bees hummed contentedly as they flitted from petal to petal. "This is the truth of the mind," the owl said. "It reminds us to see the wonder in the world around us, to remain curious and open to new ideas." Thomas closed his eyes and breathed deeply, letting the vibrant energy of the meadow fill his being. He smiled, feeling a sense of clarity and inspiration. Finally, the owl guided them to a quiet glade where a gentle stream trickled over smooth stones. The water sang a soothing melody, and the air was filled with a sense of peace. "This is the truth of the spirit," the owl murmured. It encourages us to find stillness within, to listen to the quiet voice of wisdom that resides in each of us. Lily and Thomas sat beside the stream, their hearts and minds quiet and at ease. They understood now how the mirror's message was woven from these truths, a tapestry of possibility and hope. With the owl's guidance, they returned to the village, their spirits uplifted and their hearts full. The mirror had shown them a world of wonder, and they knew now that it was not just a distant dream, but a reality they could help shape. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lily and Thomas shared their newfound wisdom with the villagers. Together they worked to create a community filled with kindness and compassion, where dreams were nurtured and possibilities flourished. And so, the mirror's magic lived on, not just in the reflections it cast, but in the hearts of all who had learned to see the world not just as it was, but as it could be. And on quiet nights, when the stars twinkled overhead, Lily would hold the mirror close and remember the journey that had changed everything. As she drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of the leaves and the distant hoot of an owl lulled her into a dreamland where anything was possible, and the warmth of friendship and love wrapped around her like a soft, comforting blanket. Story 19. Once upon a dreamy night, when the moon hung like a lantern among the swaying branches, a young rabbit found herself lost in the heart of an enchanted forest. Trembling whiskers twitched as she peered around, taking in the unfamiliar sights and scents. Nearby, a gurgling stream wound its way over moss-cloaked stones, singing a soothing melody. Fireflies flickered like tiny lanterns, casting a soft glow upon the ferns and wildflowers nodding in the gentle breeze. A sense of magic hummed all around, as if the trees themselves harbored ancient secrets. The little rabbit's ears perked as a wise voice drifted down from the canopy. "Do not be afraid, young one. This forest protects those who respect its ways." Looking up, she glimpsed a radiant owl perched on a gnarled branch, brilliant eyes shining with kindness. "I am Wisewing, guardian of these woods. Welcome to the hidden realm where nature's children dwell in harmony." And so began the rabbit's wondrous journey into a world unseen by human eyes. Under Wisewing's gentle guidance, she learned the intricate web of life sustained by every leaf, every bloom, every fluttering insect. The forest folk, as they were called, lived by sacred laws passed down through generations, laws woven into the very fabric of the seasons themselves. Each created marvel, from an iridescent spider's silk to an elaborately woven bird's nest, played its role in the grand tapestry. As autumn's crisp breezes set the forest afire with brilliant hues, the rabbit marveled at the chipmunks and squirrels scurrying to stockpile provisions for the harsh winter ahead. She watched in awe as the forest folk ushered in the first frost through an ancient ceremony, their ethereal chants mingling with the tinkling of icicles forming on the boughs. The dark nights of winter felt like stepping into a crystal dream, every twig and branch sculpted with glistening hoarfrost. Though the forest slumbered, there remained an undercurrent of life pulsing beneath the snow's soft mantle. Sharp-eyed deer mice led the rabbit to wondrous hollows aglow with warmth and bioluminescent fungi. As the thaws of spring arrived, a spirit of rejuvenation swept through the woodland. Sprigs of green burst forth, and familiar streams resumed their cheerful babbling after months of icy sleep. The rabbit rejoiced in the awakening of her forest folk friends, from lumbering bear families emerging from their dens to flitting hummingbirds weaving their intricately tiny nests. One misty morning, Wisewing descended with news of a grave threat. Humans, blinded by greed, aimed to ravage the forest for its riches. United by their love for their home, the forest folk conceived an ingenious plan to divert the woodcutters and safeguard their sanctuary. On the appointed day, as axe blades rang through the trees, a mesmerizing spectacle unfolded. Radiant auroras danced across the sky, as if painted by the brush of a celestial artist. Shimmering rain crystallized the boughs into 1,000 fractal patterns. The dazzling phenomena, conjured through the combined magic of the forest folk, instilled such breathless wonder in the loggers that they abandoned their grim task, instead beholding the splendor surrounding them. From that day forth, the forest remained an inviolable haven, its intricate balance protected by the cooperation of all its natural denizens, great and small. The rabbit had become part of that harmonious tapestry, forever changed by the wisdom and friendship she found in the hidden realm of the forest folk. Wise Wing's parting words echoed like a warm breeze. Remember, little one, should you embrace the lessons of this ancient wood, you will never be lost again. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang gentle lullabies with every breeze, and the moonlight painted silver patterns on the forest floor, there lay the quaint village of Willow Hollow. Nestled amidst the sprawling woods, the village was a place of warmth and wonder, where chimneys puffed out rings of smoke like sleepy sighs, and the cobblestone streets were always lined with the laughter of children and the chatter of friendly neighbors. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and peach, something peculiar began to unfold in Willow Hollow. It started with the soft glow of fireflies that usually danced among the meadows, blinking out one by one, leaving the night darker than usual. The villagers, used to their gentle nightly companions, found this curious but not alarming. Yet soon after, other odd happenings began to ripple through the village. The first to notice was a wise old owl named Orin, who lived in a grand oak on the edge of the village. His feathers were the color of warm cocoa, and his eyes twinkled like two tiny moons. Orin had watched over Willow Hollow for many seasons, his wisdom a guiding light to those who sought it. That evening, as he perched on his favorite branch, he observed the fireflies' absence and the unusual rustling in the bushes below, where no breeze was blowing. As the night deepened, the village fell into a deep slumber, but Orin remained awake, his senses alert. He noticed something else, a soft, melodic humming that floated through the air, carried on the gentle whispers of the night. It was a song that the forest had not heard before, and it seemed to beckon from the heart of the woods. The next morning, the village was abuzz with talk of the previous night's oddities. The baker's bread had risen thrice its size, and the milk in the dairy had turned a delightful shade of lavender. The villagers, while puzzled, were not displeased. Yet curiosity sparked, and they turned to Orin for answers. Orin, with a thoughtful hoot, suggested they seek the counsel of Cedric, the kindly old gnome who lived in a cozy burrow near the bubbling brook. Cedric was known for his deep knowledge of the forest's magic and its many mysteries. His beard was as white as snow, and his eyes sparkled like the morning dew. As the sun climbed higher, a small group of villagers made their way to Cedric's burrow. The path was fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. When they reached Cedric's home, they found him tending to his garden, where flowers of every color bloomed in perfect harmony. "Ah, welcome, friends," Cedric greeted, his voice as warm as the afternoon sun. "I've been expecting you." The villagers shared their stories of the night's strange occurrences, and Cedric listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. When they finished, he led them to a ring of toadstools in the center of his garden, a place where the veil between the magical and the mundane was thin. "It seems a new spirit has awakened in the forest," Cedric explained. "A gentle creature, perhaps shy, who may not yet know how to make themselves known." Orin, who had accompanied the villagers, fluffed his feathers thoughtfully. "Could it be the humming we heard?" he suggested. Cedric's eyes twinkled. "Indeed, the song of a forest spirit. We must find a way to welcome them." The villagers returned to Willow Hollow, their hearts light with the prospect of meeting a new magical friend. Together, they devised a plan. They would host a night of music and light, inviting the spirit to join them and feel the warmth of their community. As twilight descended, the village square was transformed. Lanterns were hung from every tree, casting a golden glow, and the air was filled with the sweet sound of fiddles and flutes. Villagers gathered, their laughter and chatter mingling with the music, creating a symphony of joy. As the night wore on, the mysterious humming began again, weaving through the music like a silken thread. The villagers paused, their eyes scanning the shadows, and then they saw it. A soft, shimmering light emerging from the forest's edge. Slowly, the light took form, revealing a delicate creature woven from the very essence of moonlight and mist. Its eyes, like liquid silver, gazed at the villagers with gentle curiosity. It was the forest spirit, drawn by the kindness and warmth of Willow Hollow. Cedric stepped forward, his smile as welcoming as the sun's first rays. "Welcome, dear friend," he said softly. "We are honored by your presence." The spirit's glow brightened, a silent expression of gratitude and joy. As it joined the celebration, the fireflies returned, their lights twinkling like stars come to earth, and the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of contentment. Through the night, the spirit danced with the villagers, its presence a gentle reminder of the magic that thrived in their midst. As dawn approached, the spirit, with a graceful nod, drifted back into the forest, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light. From that day on, the fireflies never blinked out again, and the forest's song was richer for the spirit's melody woven into its heart. The villagers of Willow Hollow knew that their kindness and unity had welcomed a new friend, and the forest, in turn, held them in its gentle embrace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, under the watchful eye of Orin the owl and the wise guidance of Cedric the gnome, the village of Willow Hollow continued to thrive, its story a testament to the magic of friendship and the gentle mysteries of the world around them. Story 21. In the heart of the tranquil enchanted glade, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered age-old secrets, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was a patchwork of cozy cottages, each adorned with climbing roses and cheerful window boxes overflowing with violets and daisies. In this village lived a young and curious girl named Lila. Lila, with her wide, sparkling eyes and an endless sense of wonder, had a knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook. Her days were spent exploring the meandering paths of the glade, accompanied by her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Whimsy, who was as much a friend as he was a guide. One crisp autumn morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers awoke to find their chimneys blocked by oddly shaped bundles of twigs and leaves. The chimneys, usually puffing out cozy plumes of smoke, stood silent and cold, causing a fair bit of confusion and a lot of chilly noses. Lila, intrigued by this mysterious occurrence, decided it was time to put on her detective hat. As she wandered through the village, the cool morning air nipping at her cheeks, she listened to the villagers' chatter. Some suspected mischievous fairies, while others blamed the playful breezes that sometimes danced through the glade. Determined to uncover the truth, Lila enlisted the help of Whimsy, who perched on her shoulder, offering insights in his soft, hooting voice. "Sometimes," Whimsy mused, "things are not as they seem. We must look beyond the obvious." As they meandered through the village, Lila's keen eyes caught sight of something unusual by the old stone bridge. A trail of twigs and leaves, similar to those found in the chimneys, led into the dense thicket on the edge of the glade. With a nod from Whimsy, Lila followed the trail, her heart tingling with anticipation. The path wound through towering oaks and whispering willows, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the gentle hum of nature's symphony. Finally, the trail ended at a small clearing, where a curious sight awaited them. In the center of the clearing stood a gathering of small, furry creatures with eyes as bright as the stars and tails that flicked like willow branches in the breeze. They were the glimmer mice, seldom seen by humans, known for their love of shiny objects and their playful nature. The glimmer mice were busy constructing a whimsical shelter out of twigs and leaves, chattering among themselves in a melodic language only they understood. Lila watched in awe as the little creatures worked together, their tiny paws moving with surprising dexterity. Whimsy, with a knowing look in his wise eyes, whispered, "They mean no harm. They are merely preparing for the colder days ahead, but perhaps they do not realize the trouble they have caused." Understanding dawned on Lila, and her heart warmed with compassion. She approached the glimmer mice gently, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Hello, little friends," she called kindly. "I see you're making a cozy home for the winter, but did you know that your materials are blocking our chimneys?" The glimmer mice paused their activity, their eyes wide with surprise and a hint of apology. One of them, a particularly sprightly mouse with a tuft of silver fur, squeaked in response, explaining in their own way that they had not intended to cause any harm. With whimsy translating their squeaks into understanding, Lila proposed a solution. If you allow us to help, we can find you other materials that won't disturb the village. Together, we can ensure both our homes are warm and safe. The glimmer mice, grateful for Lila's understanding and kindness, agreed with eager nods. Over the next few days, Lila, Whimsy, and the villagers gathered fallen branches and soft moss from the forest floor, creating a perfect stockpile for the mice's winter preparations. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, Willowbrook returned to its peaceful routine. The chimneys once again puffed gentle curls of smoke, and the glimmer mice, with their new, untroubled shelter, settled in comfortably for the cold season. One evening, as Lila sat by the fire, her heart filled with contentment, she reflected on the adventure. She realized that understanding and cooperation could solve even the most curious mysteries. With Whimsy beside her, his feathers glowing in the firelight, Lila smiled, knowing that friendship and kindness always held the key to harmony. And so, beneath the twinkling stars and the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook nestled into the embrace of the glade. Its mysteries unraveled, and its heart warmed by the gentle bonds of friendship and understanding. Story 22. The Enchanted Lantern and the Whispering Woods. Once upon a moonlit evening, in a village nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious soul, with sandy hair that seemed to dance with the wind and eyes that sparkled like the stars above. His village was a quaint place, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread lingered in the air. But the true magic lay just beyond, in the Whispering Woods, where shadows danced and secrets were kept. Finn had always been drawn to the woods, much to the concern of his loving grandmother, who often warned him of its mysteries. "The woods have a life of their own," she would say, her voice a gentle murmur like the cooing of a dove. "They hold stories older than time, and not all are meant for young ears." Yet the woods beckoned Finn with their rustling leaves and the promise of adventure. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn decided to explore the forest's edge. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, its threads woven with the warmth of his grandmother's love, and set out with a lantern in hand. This lantern was no ordinary lantern. It was an heirloom, passed down through generations. Its glass was etched with patterns of swirling vines and tiny stars, and when lit, it cast a warm, comforting glow. Finn's grandmother had always told him it was enchanted, though she never revealed how. As Finn stepped into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the familiar sounds of the village faded into a hushed symphony of nature. The leaves beneath his feet crunched softly, and the gentle breeze carried with it the scent of pine and earth. Finn held his lantern high, its light creating a bubble of warmth in the gathering dusk. The deeper he ventured, the more the forest seemed alive. The trees whispered ancient secrets in languages only they understood, and the shadows seemed to dance with a life of their own. Finn felt a thrill of excitement tinged with the slightest edge of fear. He knew he was not alone, but the forest felt like an old friend, welcoming him into its embrace. As he walked, Finn noticed a peculiar sight, a cluster of mushrooms glowing with a faint blue light. Curiosity piqued, he knelt to take a closer look. The mushrooms seemed to hum with a gentle energy, and as he reached out to touch one, the lantern flickered, casting strange shadows that seemed to shift and change. Suddenly, a soft voice broke the silence. "Careful, young adventurer," it said, as gentle as a breeze. Finn looked up, startled, and found himself face to face with a creature unlike any he had ever seen. It was no taller than his knee, with skin the color of moss and eyes that glowed like amber. Its wings, delicate as cobwebs, shimmered with a rainbow of colors. What are you?" Finn asked, his voice a mixture of awe and wonder. The creature smiled, a warm, comforting expression. "I am Leora," it replied, its voice a melodic whisper, "guardian of these woods and keeper of its secrets." Finn felt a sense of calm wash over him. "I'm Finn," he said, offering a tentative smile. "I didn't mean to intrude." Leora chuckled softly, a sound like tinkling bells. "You are not intruding, dear Finn. The woods welcome those with kind hearts and open minds. But tell me, what brings you here?" Finn hesitated, unsure of how to explain the longing that had drawn him into the forest. I wanted to see what lay beyond the village, he said finally. I've always felt there was something more, something magical. Leora nodded, understanding in her luminous eyes. Indeed, there is magic here, more than you may realize. And your lantern, she gestured to the glowing heirloom, is a key to that magic. Finn looked at the lantern in surprise. My grandmother said it was enchanted, but she never told me how. It is a beacon, Leora explained, a light that guides those who seek truth and wisdom. Its glow can reveal paths hidden from ordinary eyes. Would you like to see? Finn nodded eagerly, his heart racing with anticipation. Leora fluttered her wings, and a soft shimmering dust fell from them, settling on the lantern. Its light grew brighter, and the forest around them seemed to shift and change. The trees parted, revealing a path that glowed with an otherworldly light. Finn felt a thrill of excitement and a touch of fear, but Leora's presence was reassuring. Come, she said, there is something you must see. Together they walked the luminous path, the lantern lighting their way. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the soft murmur of a hidden stream. The forest seemed to pulse with life, and Finn felt a connection to it, as if he were part of something much larger. As they walked, Leora spoke of the woods and its secrets, of how it had stood for centuries, watching over the land and its people. The forest has seen many changes, she said, her voice wistful. It remembers times of peace and times of strife, but it endures, as all things do, through the cycles of life. Finn listened, captivated by her words. He realized that the forest was more than just a place. It was a living tapestry, woven with the stories of all who had passed through it. What about my village? He asked. Does the forest remember us? Leora smiled, her eyes twinkling. Of course. Your village and the forest share a bond, one of coexistence and respect. The villagers have always revered the woods, and in turn, the forest protects them. They continued walking, and soon they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk thick and gnarled, its branches reaching toward the stars. At its base, nestled among roots and fallen leaves, was a pool of clear water, reflecting the moon's silvery glow. Leora gestured to the pool. This is the heart of the forest, she said reverently. It holds the memories of all who have walked these woods. Finn gazed into the water, mesmerized. As he watched, images began to form, fleeting glimpses of the past, memories etched into the forest's soul. He saw children playing under the trees, elders sharing stories by firelight, and animals darting through the underbrush. He saw his own village, nestled at the forest's edge, and felt a deep sense of connection. It's beautiful, he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. Leora nodded, her expression serene. It is a reminder of our place in the world, of the threads that bind us all together. The forest is more than a home. It is a guardian, a keeper of stories. As Finn watched, the images shifted, revealing a vision of the future. He saw himself older and wiser, standing beside the ancient tree, surrounded by friends and family. The village was thriving, and the bond between the people and the forest was stronger than ever. Finn felt a warmth in his heart, a sense of purpose and belonging. He realized that the forest was not just a place of magic, but a symbol of harmony and unity. Thank you, Leora, he said, his voice filled with gratitude, for showing me this. Leora smiled, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. You have seen the heart of the forest, Finn. Remember its lessons and carry them with you always. With a gentle flutter of her wings, Leora rose into the air. It is time for you to return home, she said softly. The forest will always be here, waiting for you. Finn nodded, feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment. He turned, his lantern guiding him back along the luminous path, through the whispering woods and toward the village. The journey back felt different, as if the forest were embracing him, wrapping him in its warmth and wisdom. When Finn emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting sounds of home. His grandmother was waiting for him, her eyes filled with relief and love. There you are, my dear, she said, wrapping him in a warm hug. I was worried. Finn smiled, feeling the warmth of the lantern and the forest's touch. The woods are magical, grandmother, he said, his voice filled with awe. They hold so many stories, and they're a part of us. His grandmother nodded, her eyes twinkling. Yes, they are. And so are you, my brave adventurer. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, the lantern casting soft shadows on the walls, he thought of the forest and its secrets. He felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that he was part of something much larger than himself. The forest had opened his eyes to the beauty and magic of the world, and he knew that its lessons would stay with him, guiding him through life's journey. As he drifted into a peaceful sleep, the whispering woods sang a gentle lullaby, a melody of wind and leaves, a reminder of the bonds that connected him to the land and its stories. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood watch, its branches sheltering the memories of the past and the promise of the future. Thus, in the embrace of the whispering woods and the glow of the enchanted lantern, Finn found his place in the world, a place of harmony, wisdom, and endless wonder. Story 23. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the whisper of leaves in the breeze, an enchanting story unfolded. This forest, known as the Whispering Woods, was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced like dappled sunlight through the canopy. Here, hidden from the eyes of many, the natural creatures lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth and sky. As dawn stretched its golden fingers across the forest floor, a soft silvery mist curled around the roots and trunks of towering trees. The trees, with their gnarled bark and emerald leaves, stood as sentinels of time, wise and watchful. Among them, a gentle deer named Leora foraged peacefully, her delicate hooves barely rustling the fallen leaves. Her coat was the color of autumn's first blush, a gentle reminder of the changing seasons. Leora was not alone in her morning meanderings. Flitting through the underbrush was a squirrel named Thistle, whose fur was a warm russet brown. Thistle was known for his nimble agility and bright eyes that seemed to catch every glimmer of sunlight. He was a collector of tales as much as acorns, always eager to learn from those who had roamed the forest before him. The heart of the Whispering Woods pulsed with life, unseen but felt, like a gentle heartbeat beneath the earth. As the sun climbed higher, a soft breeze carried the scent of wildflowers and the distant song of a brook winding its way through the forest. It was a melody that spoke of balance and harmony, woven into the very fabric of the woods. In the embrace of this harmony lived an ancient tortoise named Moss, whose shell bore the patterns of the forest itself. Moss was the keeper of stories, custodian of the wisdom passed down through generations. His voice was a soft rumble, like the distant roll of thunder, and his words were as steady as the turning of the seasons. One afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows across the forest floor, Leora, Thistle, and a host of other creatures gathered around Moss. The old tortoise settled himself beneath a broad oak, its leaves whispering secrets in the gentle breeze. The creatures leaned in close, eager to hear the stories of the forest's past and the lessons they held. Long ago, Moss began, the Whispering Woods were not as you see them now. There was a time when the balance was lost, and the harmony we cherish was threatened. His eyes, deep and knowing, swept over his attentive audience. In those days, the seasons had forgotten their dance, he continued. Spring lingered too long, and summer arrived before its time, leaving autumn and winter in disarray. The creatures of the forest were confused and their lives disrupted. Leora listened intently, her ears twitching with curiosity. What caused the seasons to falter? She asked, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. Moss nodded, pleased with her interest. It was a time when the forest had forgotten to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth. The balance was lost because the creatures had forgotten how to live in harmony with the world around them. Thistle, perched on a low branch, tilted his head. How did they find their way back? He asked, his eyes bright with wonder. The answer lay in friendship and wisdom, Moss replied, his gaze steady. There was a wise owl named Eldor, who gathered the creatures of the forest just as we are gathered now. He spoke of the importance of listening, of understanding the signs that nature gives us. It was through their combined efforts and newfound understanding that they restored the balance. The creatures around Moss nodded, understanding the lesson in his tale. It was a reminder of the delicate balance they needed to maintain, each playing their part in the symphony of the forest. The wisdom of the past was a guide, lighting their path through the changing seasons. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the creatures slowly dispersed. The forest was bathed in twilight, a tranquil stillness settling over the land. Leora and Thistle lingered for a moment, their hearts filled with the stories they had heard. Walking side by side, they made their way through the woods, the cool air carrying the scent of moss and earth. Above them, the first stars twinkled, like tiny lanterns in the vast, deepening sky. Leora turned to Thistle, her voice soft and thoughtful. "We must remember Moss's stories," she said, her eyes reflecting the gentle light of the moon. "Together, we can keep the balance of our home." Thistle nodded, his heart warmed by the thought of their shared purpose. "Yes," he agreed, his voice a whisper in the night. "Together we'll listen to the forest and help it thrive." As they continued their journey, the forest seemed to embrace them, a living, breathing entity that was both ancient and eternal. The whispering woods were alive with the quiet promise of dawns yet to come, each one a chance to renew the bond between the creatures and their home. And so, in the heart of this magical forest, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom of the past and the hope of the future. The seasons resumed their dance, a gentle rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. Under the vast, star-strewn sky, Leora, Thistle, and their companions found comfort in the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a timeless tapestry of life, woven with care and love, whispering its secrets to those who took the time to listen. Story 24. In a small, tucked-away village, cradled by the rolling hills and guarded by an ancient forest known as the Whispering Woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a kind-hearted soul, known for his warm smile and gentle demeanor. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder at the world around him, and his heart was as open as the vast sky above. Finn had always been drawn to the Whispering Woods, a place where stories of magic and mystery danced in the air like the leaves in the breeze. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the woods, weaving tales of enchantment that filled his imagination with endless possibilities. It was said that deep within the heart of the forest lay a hidden world, a realm untouched by time and filled with wonders beyond belief. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow across the landscape, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Finn set out on a journey that would change his life forever. With a small satchel slung over his shoulder and a heart full of anticipation, he ventured into the Whispering Woods. The forest welcomed him with open arms, its trees standing tall and proud, their branches whispering secrets to those who cared to listen. The ground beneath his feet was soft and yielding, a carpet of leaves that rustled gently as he walked. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a patchwork of light and shadow that danced across the forest floor. As Finn wandered deeper into the woods, he marveled at the beauty around him. Birds sang sweet melodies from their perches high above, and a gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. It was a place of peace and serenity, where the troubles of the world seemed to melt away. Soon Finn came upon a clearing where a small, sparkling brook wound its way through the forest. The water was clear and cool, its surface reflecting the brilliant blue of the sky. He crouched by the brook, cupping his hands to drink, when he noticed something glinting beneath the water. Leaning closer, he saw a small, intricately carved stone. Curiosity piqued. Finn reached into the water and retrieved the stone. It fit perfectly in his palm, warm to the touch despite the coolness of the brook. As he held it up to the light, he noticed that it seemed to pulse with a gentle, rhythmic glow, as if a heartbeat thrummed within. Finn knew, in that moment, that this was no ordinary stone. It was a magical object, a key to the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. With a sense of awe and reverence, he placed the stone in his satchel and continued on his journey, eager to discover what wonders lay ahead. As he traveled deeper into the forest, the trees began to change. Their trunks grew thicker and their leaves more vibrant, as if they were infused with the very essence of magic. The air was alive with the hum of unseen creatures, and the path beneath his feet seemed to shift and change, guiding him ever onward. Eventually, Finn arrived at a place where the forest opened up into a wide glen. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the heavens like welcoming arms. The ground around it was covered in a carpet of soft moss, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Finn felt drawn to the oak, as if it called to him with a voice only he could hear. As he approached, he noticed a small door set into the trunk, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and shimmer in the dappled sunlight. With a deep breath and a heart full of courage, Finn reached into his satchel and withdrew the stone. As he pressed it against the door, a soft, melodious chime echoed through the glen, and the door swung open with a whisper of ancient hinges. Beyond the door lay a world unlike anything Finn had ever imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where colors shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, and the air was filled with the music of the spheres. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals whispering secrets of the ages, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through the landscape like ribbons of liquid light. In this hidden realm, Finn encountered creatures both wondrous and wise. There were gentle deer with antlers that glowed like silver moonlight, and birds whose songs wove tales of forgotten times. But most remarkable of all was a being who introduced himself as Thistle, a guardian of the Whispering Woods. Thistle was unlike any creature Finn had ever seen. He was a being of light and shadow, his form shifting and changing like the flickering flames of a hearth fire. His eyes sparkled with wisdom and kindness, and his voice was as soothing as the murmur of a distant stream. "Welcome, young traveler," Thistle said, his voice resonating through the glen like a gentle breeze. "You have been chosen to walk the path of discovery, to uncover the mysteries of this hidden world." Finn listened with rapt attention as Thistle spoke of the forest's magic, of the delicate balance that must be maintained to preserve its beauty and harmony. He learned that the Whispering Woods were not just a place of enchantment, but a living, breathing entity that needed protection and care. As the days passed, Finn found himself growing closer to Thistle and the other inhabitants of the hidden world. He learned the language of the trees, the songs of the rivers, and the secrets of the stars. He discovered that friendship could bloom in the most unexpected places, and that even the smallest acts of kindness could have a profound impact. But as Finn's journey unfolded, he also faced challenges that tested his resolve and courage. There were moments of doubt and fear, times when the path ahead seemed uncertain and fraught with danger. Yet, with Thistle's guidance and the support of his newfound friends, Finn learned to trust in himself and the magic that surrounded him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of pink and gold, Thistle led Finn to a secluded grove where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine. There, beneath the boughs of a willow tree that wept gentle tears of morning dew, Thistle shared a secret that would change Finn's life forever. "You have within you a gift," Thistle said, his voice a soft whisper that carried on the breeze. "A gift that can heal and mend, that can bring light to the darkest of places. It is a gift of magic, one that you must learn to nurture and protect." Finn listened in awe, his heart swelling with a sense of purpose and belonging. He realized that he was not just a visitor in this hidden world, but a guardian of its secrets, a protector of its magic. With Thistle's guidance, Finn honed his abilities, learning to channel the magic within him to heal the land and its creatures. He discovered that the stone he had found in the brook was a conduit for his powers, a link to the ancient magic that flowed through the Whispering Woods. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and compassionate young man, beloved by the creatures of the forest and the villagers alike. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the wisdom of the Whispering Woods and teaching others to see the beauty and magic that lay hidden in the natural world. And so, the boy who had once set out on a journey of discovery returned to the village as a beacon of hope and light. His heart was filled with the warmth of friendship and the knowledge that he was part of something greater, a tapestry of life and magic that stretched beyond the stars. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, Finn sat by the edge of the Whispering Woods, the stone cradled in his hands. He listened to the gentle rustle of the leaves and the soft murmur of the brook, and he knew that the magic of the forest would never fade, as long as there were those who believed in its wonders and protected its secrets. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with the glow of the whispering woods, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that he was home. In the years that followed, the village flourished under Finn's watchful eye. The villagers came to embrace the magic of the whispering woods, learning to live in harmony with the land and its creatures. They planted trees and tended to the earth, creating a sanctuary of peace and beauty that would endure for generations to come. Finn continued to nurture his gift, using it to heal and protect, to inspire and uplift. He taught the children of the village the songs of the forest, the language of the stars, and the wisdom of the ancient oak. He shared stories of his adventures, tales of friendship and courage that ignited the imaginations of young and old alike. As the years turned to decades, Finn grew old, his hair silvered by the passage of time. Yet his spirit remained as vibrant and youthful as ever, a testament to the magic that flowed through his veins. He found comfort in the knowledge that the legacy of the Whispering Woods would endure, carried forward by those who had learned to see the world through eyes of wonder and hearts of compassion. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned to gold and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and pine, Finn felt the call of the Whispering Woods once more. The forest beckoned to him, its trees whispering his name with a voice as familiar as an old friend's. With a heart full of love and a spirit ready for new adventures, Finn set out on a final journey into the heart of the Whispering Woods. The path was lined with memories, each step a reminder of the magic and wonder he had discovered so many years ago. As he reached the ancient oak in the glen, Thistle appeared before him, his form radiant with the light of 1,000 stars. "Welcome home, dear friend," Thistle said, his voice a melody that resonated in Finn's soul. Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude and joy. He knew that he had come full circle, that his journey had led him back to where he belonged. In the embrace of the Whispering Woods, he found peace and fulfillment, a sense of completion that filled him with warmth and contentment. And so, beneath the boughs of the ancient oak, Finn closed his eyes and let the magic of the forest envelop him, carrying him to a place of eternal peace and wonder. The villagers, upon discovering that Finn had returned to the Whispering Woods, gathered to honor his memory and celebrate the legacy he had left behind. They planted a grove of trees in his name, a living testament to his spirit and the magic he had shared with the world. As the years passed, the grove grew strong and tall, a haven of beauty and tranquility that welcomed all who sought solace and inspiration. The villagers continued to tell Finn's story, passing it down through the generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and the magic that lay within each of us. And so, the boy who had once wandered into the Whispering Woods became a legend, his spirit forever entwined with the forest he had loved and protected. His story became a beacon of hope and a reminder that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered, if only we had the courage to seek them out. In the quiet of the night, as the stars shone bright and the wind carried the whispers of the trees, the spirit of Finn could be felt in the rustle of the leaves and the murmur of the brook. His legacy lived on, a testament to the magic of the Whispering Woods and the power of a kind heart. And so, the story of Finn and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale, a bedtime story told by the warmth of the hearth, a reminder that magic and wonder were always within reach, just waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. Story 25. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. The village was a place where the air always carried the scent of blooming lavender and the sun painted the cobblestones with golden light. Leora, with her soft brown eyes and a heart brimming with dreams, often felt at odds with the world around her. Though she loved her home dearly, she had always sensed an invisible boundary that kept her from truly belonging. Leora's days were spent working in the village bakery, where the warmth of the ovens and the sweet scent of freshly baked bread offered comfort. Yet there was a restlessness within her, a yearning for change that she couldn't quite articulate. She found herself gazing longingly across the lake, where the horizon seemed to whisper secrets of distant lands and untold stories. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves swirled like golden dancers in the breeze, Leora received a visit from an elderly woman named Maya, known affectionately in the village as the Keeper of Tales. Maya, with her eyes as deep and wise as the forest, had lived many lifetimes and seen many wonders. She often dropped by the bakery for a warm roll and a chat, always leaving behind a thread of her wisdom woven into Leora's thoughts. Change is like the turning of the seasons, dear one, Maya mused as she savored a slice of honey-glazed bread. It is inevitable and necessary, even when it feels unfamiliar and daunting. There is magic in it, though, if you have the heart to see. Leora, intrigued by Maya's words, felt a flutter of curiosity take root. She began to spend her evenings by the lake, letting the gentle lapping of the water soothe her mind. One moonlit night, as the stars danced in the sky like 1,000 flickering candles, Leora noticed something unusual. A delicate, shimmering path of light stretched across the water, leading towards the heart of the lake. Compelled by an unexplainable urge, Leora took a small boat and began to row towards the path. As she glided across the water, the world seemed to hold its breath. The lake, a mirror of the heavens, enveloped her in a cocoon of tranquility. Her thoughts, which had been a tangle of uncertainty, began to unravel, revealing a tapestry of possibilities. At the center of the lake, Leora found an island cloaked in a mist of silver and moonbeams. She stepped onto its soft, mossy ground and felt a gentle pulse beneath her feet, as if the island itself was alive and welcoming her. Here, time seemed to slow, and the air was thick with magic. As she explored the island, Leora encountered creatures unlike any she'd known. A wise old owl, its feathers dusted with starlight, perched on a twisted oak and hooted a greeting. A family of fireflies wove intricate patterns in the air, illuminating her path with their soft golden glow. Each creature she met seemed to reflect a part of her inner self, whispering truths she had long buried. The owl, with its serene gaze, spoke of patience and the importance of seeing beyond the immediate. "Change, my dear, takes time," it cooed softly. "Trust in the process, and you shall find what you seek." The fireflies, in their playful dance, reminded her of joy and the lightness of being. "Even in darkness there is always a spark," they seemed to say as they twirled around her. In the heart of the island, Leora discovered a crystal-clear spring. Its waters shimmered with an ethereal light, drawing her closer. She knelt beside it, peering into its depths. The reflection that greeted her was not of the person she had always known, but a vision of her true self. Confident, compassionate, and ever-evolving. As she gazed into the spring, a gentle voice, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, filled the air. "Embrace who you are becoming, dear Leora. Let go of the fear of change, for it is through transformation that you will find your true path." With each visit to the island, Leora learned more about herself and the world around her. She began to see change not as an unwelcome stranger, but as a dear friend guiding her towards new horizons. Her heart, once heavy with apprehension, lightened with the understanding that growth was not something to be feared, but cherished. Back in the village, Leora's newfound wisdom began to shine through in her everyday life. She shared her experiences with Maya, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. The village, too, seemed to blossom with the gentle magic of transformation, as if responding to Leora's inner journey. Leora's bakery became a haven of warmth and community, where villagers gathered not just for sustenance, but for the comfort of connection. She infused her creations with the love and understanding she had gained, and each loaf of bread carried with it a piece of her heart and her story. Through her gentle journey of self-discovery, Leora learned that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday moments of courage, kindness, and connection. She realized that change was a gift, a beautiful dance of becoming that allowed her to step into the fullness of who she was meant to be. As the seasons turned and the village continued to thrive, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, a tapestry of life where each thread, each change, was woven with purpose and grace. And with every dawn that painted the lake in hues of gold and rose, she embraced the endless possibilities that lay ahead, ready to face each day with an open heart and a spirit unafraid of transformation. Story 26. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a shop unlike any other. The wooden sign above its door read, "Curiosities and Wonders," swaying gently in the breeze. Inside, the air was filled with the scent of aged parchment and polished wood, mingling with the faint aroma of lavender and cinnamon. Shelves were crammed with peculiar trinkets, each with a story to tell. The shop's keeper, a gentle-hearted woman named Minerva, wore spectacles perched atop her head like a crown. Her eyes, warm and wise, seemed to twinkle with secrets yet untold. Minerva had a knack for noticing the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary, a gift she shared with those who ventured into her realm of wonders. One chilly autumn morning, as leaves rustled like whispers outside, a young girl named Lila pushed open the shop's heavy door. Her breath visible in the crisp air, she hesitated on the threshold, her heart fluttering with curiosity. Lila was a dreamer, her thoughts often lost in the clouds, and her imagination painted the world with colors unseen by others. "Welcome, dear," Minerva greeted her with a smile as warm as a hearth fire. Lila's cheeks flushed with a shy smile in return as she wandered through the aisles, her fingers grazing the dust-kissed surfaces of forgotten treasures. It was then that she found it, a small, unassuming box tucked away behind a stack of old maps. The box was crafted from dark mahogany, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. Intricate carvings adorned its lid, forming patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering candlelight. "Ah, you found the memory box," Minerva said, appearing beside Lila as if by magic. It said to hold echoes of the past and whispers of the future. Intrigued, Lila carefully opened the box. Inside lay a delicate silver locket, its chain coiled like a sleeping serpent. As she lifted it, the locket unfurled in her palm, revealing a tiny iridescent gem that shimmered with a light all its own. "What's inside?" Lila asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Memories," Minerva replied softly, "and dreams." With Minerva's gentle encouragement, Lila placed the locket around her neck. Instantly a warmth spread through her, like the sun breaking through clouds on a winter's day. She closed her eyes and felt a gentle tug at her heart, a call to adventure, a journey waiting to unfold. "To unlock its magic, you must embark on a journey," Minerva said, her voice a soothing melody. "Find the places where memories linger and dreams take flight." With the locket resting against her heart, Lila set off into the world beyond her village, her steps guided by intuition and wonder. Her journey led her through fields of golden wheat that whispered secrets in the breeze, across babbling brooks that sang of times long past, and into forests where the trees stood like ancient guardians. Along the way, she met companions who shared in her quest. There was Finn, a jovial fox with fur like autumn leaves, whose laughter was a balm for weary hearts, and Mira, a wise owl with feathers as soft as moonlight, who offered guidance with a knowing gaze. Together, they faced challenges that required not strength, but wisdom and kindness. When they came upon a river too swift to cross, it was Lila's gentle song that calmed the waters, allowing them passage. When shadows loomed and doubts crept in, it was Finn's tales of courage and Mira's gentle wisdom that lit their path. As Lila journeyed on, the locket's gem glowed brighter, its light a beacon of hope and possibility. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to see the beauty in small things, and to find strength in the bonds of friendship. At last, her journey brought her to a glen bathed in silver moonlight, where a great oak tree stood, its branches reaching toward the heavens. Beneath its boughs, Lila placed her hand upon the tree's ancient bark and closed her eyes. In that moment, the locket's gems shone with the brilliance of 1,000 stars. Memories of laughter and love, dreams of futures yet to come, all danced within her mind. And she understood that the magic of the locket was not in the memories it held, but in the heart that carried them. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit alight with wonder, Lila returned to the village. The memory box, now empty, was placed back on the shelf, ready for another dreamer to discover its secrets. And as she settled into her warm bed that night, Lila knew that her journey had only just begun. For every day was a new adventure, every moment a chance to find magic in the world around her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, she drifted into dreams woven from the threads of her journey, comforted by the knowledge that she was never truly alone. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was an inquisitive child, forever gazing at the world with wide, wonder-filled eyes. One crisp autumn day, Lily was wandering through the woods near her home, kicking up piles of fallen leaves and watching them dance on the breeze. As she ambled deeper into the forest, something caught her eye, a peculiar knot in the trunk of an ancient oak tree. Lily traced her fingers over the intricate swirls and whorls, mesmerized by their intricate patterns. Suddenly, the knot began to glow with a warm, golden light. Lily gasped in surprise, stumbling backwards. From within the luminous knot emerged a tiny figure, no bigger than Lily's thumb. It was a woodland sprite, with gossamer wings and a gentle, musical laugh that tinkled like wind chimes. "Greetings, young one," the sprite said in a voice as soft as dandelion fluff. "I am Galela, keeper of the forest's secrets. You have awakened me from my slumber with your curious touch." Lily could scarcely believe her eyes. "A real sprite, but I thought you were just stories." Galela fluttered closer, leaving a trail of glittering pixie dust in her wake. "There is much wonder in this world if you know where to look. I can show you marvels beyond your wildest dreams, but only if you're willing to open your heart to the magic around you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lily agreed, and so began an extraordinary journey into the hidden realms of nature's enchantment. Galela introduced Lily to an entire civilization of sprites, fairies, and other fabled creatures who made their homes in unseen hollows and twisting burrows. There was Muddle, a bumbling but good-natured brownie who always had earth caked under his nails from digging. Whisper, a shy dryad whose laughter sounded like leaves rustling in the breeze. And Glow, a brilliant firefly who could illuminate even the darkest trail. With her newfound friends, Lily embarked on a series of wondrous quests and adventures. They sheltered under toadstools during rains that felt like deluges. They rode the winds on woodland zephyrs, spiraling dizzyingly through sun-dappled canopies. At night, they danced around flickering campfires, singing songs of friendship and joy that made the very stars seem to twinkle in harmony. Yet their most pivotal quest came when a terrible blight began to afflict the forest. Trees withered and browned, plants shriveled up, and creatures fell sick. The magic seemed to be fading from the land itself. Lily and her friends sought guidance from the ancient Oak King, ruler of the woodland realm. He revealed that the blight was born of darkness and despair, negative forces that could only be defeated through compassion, courage, and love. And so they embarked on their most important journey yet. It was not an outward voyage, but an inward one, into the depths of their own hearts. Each had to confront inner demons, rediscover their own spark of hope, and rekindle the warmth of their souls. It was an immense challenge, for darkness and doubt can be as insidious as any physical foe. But through patience, resilience, and care for one another, they slowly regained their light. Galela's belief in the joy of new discoveries helped Muddle recover his eternally sunny outlook. Lily's empathy for all living things enabled Whisper to find her voice once more. And Glow, well, Glow simply had to remember that no shadow is too deep for even a tiny spark to illuminate. When their quest was complete, their hearts overflowing with love and hope, the blight over the forest lifted like a veil of shadows burned away by the rising sun. Life and vigor surged through the woodlands again, more vibrant than ever before. On the day Lily had to return to her human home, she embraced each of her friends tightly, vowing to keep the magic of their friendship alive always. Galela took Lily's hand in her tiny ones and said, "The greatest magic is not to be found in spells or enchantments, but within ourselves, for that is the spark from which all wonders grow." From that day on, Lily carried the warmth of that spark in her heart wherever she went, and whenever she felt lost or afraid, she would pause to marvel at the magic of an autumn sunbeam, the intricate veins of a leaf, or the lullaby of a streetering brook, and the light within would flare up once more, as brilliant and eternal as the human capacity for hope and joy. Story 28. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village, there was a forest unlike any other. It was called the Whispering Wood, not for the sounds of leaves rustling or winds whistling through the trees, but for the gentle murmurs that seemed to float from every corner, as if the forest itself shared secrets with those who dared to listen. In this village lived a young, curious soul named Milo. With eyes as bright as the morning sun and a heart brimming with wonder, Milo was known for his adventurous spirit and kind nature. Every evening he would sit by his grandmother's rocking chair as she told tales of the whispering wood, tales of shimmering streams that sang soft lullabies, of glowing flowers that danced in the moonlight, and of creatures so whimsical they could only exist in dreams. One crisp autumn morning, with the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves lingering in the air, Milo decided it was time to see the whispering wood for himself. Wrapped in a cozy, woolen cloak, he set off down the winding path that led into the heart of the forest. The path, carpeted with golden leaves, crunched softly under his boots, and the cool breeze carried with it the scent of pine and earth. As Milo ventured deeper, he marveled at the sights around him. The trees stood tall and wise, their branches woven together to form a living, leafy tapestry above. Sunlight filtered through, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth. Suddenly, Milo spotted something peculiar, a cluster of mushrooms, each with a cap as blue as the summer sky and speckled with silver. Kneeling down, he reached out to touch one, and to his amazement, the mushrooms began to hum a gentle tune. It was a melody that seemed to resonate with the very core of his being, filling him with a sense of peace and belonging. Smiling, he continued onward, the song lingering in the air behind him. Soon, Milo came upon a clearing where a small brook babbled happily over smooth stones. At the water's edge stood a creature unlike any he had ever seen, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like the stars. The fox looked up at Milo, and with a nod of its head, gestured for him to follow. Intrigued, Milo followed the fox along the brook. The water chuckled beside them, its surface catching the light like 1,000 tiny mirrors. They walked until they reached a place where the brook widened into a pool. Its waters so clear that Milo could see the pebbles resting at the bottom, glinting like jewels. Here, the fox stopped and sat on its haunches. Milo joined it, sitting cross-legged on the soft, mossy ground. The air was filled with the gentle buzz of bees visiting nearby wildflowers and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. It was a place that felt both magical and safe, as if time itself paused to watch. As they sat in companionable silence, the fox turned to Milo and spoke, not with words, but with a voice that resonated within his mind. The whispering wood is full of wonders, but its greatest treasure is the courage to explore the unknown. Every step you take, every new sight you see, teaches you more about the world and yourself. Milo pondered these words, feeling a warmth bloom in his chest. He realized that his journey into the forest, with its wonders and mysteries, was as much about discovering his own courage as it was about exploring the woods. With a newfound sense of confidence, he thanked the fox, who nodded in understanding before trotting off into the trees. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Milo made his way back home. The path seemed different now, alive with possibilities and the promise of future adventures. When he emerged from the forest, he was greeted by the comforting glow of evening lights in the village and the smell of supper wafting through the air. That night, as Milo snuggled into bed, he felt the soft embrace of his pillow and the warmth of his blanket. He closed his eyes with the sound of the brook's laughter still in his ears and the fox's wise words echoing in his heart. The whispering wood had shared its secrets with him, and he knew that courage was not just facing the unknown, but embracing it with an open heart. And so, with a gentle smile on his lips, Milo drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the adventures yet to come, knowing that he was never truly alone on his journey. For in every rustle of the leaves and every whisper of the wind, the forest would always be there to guide him. And thus the village slept under the watchful gaze of the moon, with the whispering wood standing sentinel, a place of wonder and wisdom, waiting for the next curious heart to wander into its embrace. Story 29. In the heart of a forest older than memory, where the sun's golden fingers filtered gently through a verdant canopy, and the earth was carpeted with a lush tapestry of moss and fallen leaves, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. This was a place where the very air hummed with the quiet magic of ancient times, where the trees whispered secrets to those patient enough to listen, and where the changing seasons painted the land with a palette of wondrous hues. The forest was home to a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was as gnarled and textured as the bark of the ancient oaks under which he often rested. Thistle was revered for his deep understanding of the natural world, a knowledge he had gathered over countless seasons. His eyes, like amber pools, held the reflections of many moons and stars, and his voice, when he spoke, resonated with the steady, comforting cadence of a gentle brook. Among Thistle's many friends was a lively squirrel named Bramble, whose bushy tail danced like a flicker of flame in the dappled sunlight. Bramble was curious and quick, darting through the branches with an agility that made even the nimblest breeze seem sluggish. His heart was as light as a spring breeze, and his laughter, a joyous melody that echoed through the forest, was beloved by all who heard it. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was being draped in a quilt of amber and crimson leaves, Thistle and Bramble gathered by their favorite spot, a glistening pool fed by a gentle waterfall. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and ripe acorns. Thistle had summoned Bramble to discuss a matter of great importance, a task that would require both their wisdom and friendship. "Dear Bramble," began Thistle, his voice as warm and steady as the sunlit stones beside the pool, "the time has come for us to ensure the balance of our beloved forest. You see, each season brings its own magic, its own vital energy, and it is up to us to help maintain this harmony." Bramble, his eyes wide with interest, nodded eagerly. "What must we do, Thistle?" he asked, his voice as lively as the rustling leaves. Thistle smiled softly, the corners of his mouth curving like the gentle slope of a hill. "We must collect the whispering seeds," he explained. "These seeds, hidden within the secret places of the forest, carry the essence of each season. Without them, the balance will falter, and the magic that sustains our home will weaken." Intrigued and determined, Bramble agreed to help Thistle. With a bounce in his step, he followed the tortoise through the forest, their path winding beneath towering trees and across bubbling streams. As they journeyed, Thistle shared stories of the forest's history, tales passed down through generations of creatures who had called this magical place their home. "The whispering seeds," Thistle explained, "are named so because they carry the voices of the seasons. They sing the songs of the wind, the rain, and the sun, each note a promise of renewal and life." Their first destination was the Grove of Spring, a secluded glen where the air was perfumed with the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the soft hum of bees. Here, Thistle and Bramble found the first seed nestled beneath the roots of a flowering dogwood, its petals a delicate tapestry of white and pink. The seed glimmered with a soft green light, resonating with the gentle promise of new beginnings. With the spring seed safely tucked away, the pair continued to the Vale of Summer, a sun-drenched meadow where wildflowers danced in a riot of colors, and the air was filled with the heady scent of honey and warm earth. In the heart of the meadow, they discovered the summer seed, radiant and golden, pulsing with the vibrant energy of long sunlit days. As they journeyed onward, the forest began to don its autumnal attire, and Thistle and Bramble made their way to the autumn hollow. Here, the air was crisp and alive with the rustle of leaves, a symphony of gold and russet. They found the autumn seed nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, its glow a deep, fiery orange, echoing the warmth and abundance of the harvest season. Their final destination was the winter glade, a serene clearing where the world was hushed beneath a blanket of pristine snow. The air was cool and still, carrying the faintest hint of wood smoke and pine. Here, they found the winter seed, a crystalline gem that shimmered with the pure, quiet magic of the frosty season. With the whispering seeds collected, Thistle and Bramble returned to the waterfall pool, their hearts filled with the stories and energies of the seasons. As they sat together, Thistle placed each seed carefully in the earth beside the pool, their combined light weaving a tapestry of color and life that danced across the water's surface. "The seeds will rest here," Thistle explained, "nurtured by the forest's magic and the love of all who dwell within it. They will ensure the cycle of the seasons continues, each in its turn, bringing balance and harmony to our world." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the forest, Bramble turned to Thistle, his eyes sparkling with gratitude and wonder. "Thank you for sharing this journey with me, Thistle," he said softly. "I have learned so much and feel the magic of our home more deeply than ever." Thistle smiled, his expression serene and wise. "The forest has taught us both, dear Bramble," he replied. "It is a gift to be cherished and protected, a reminder that we are all part of something greater than ourselves." As night descended, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the stars twinkling like a scattering of diamonds in the velvet sky. Thistle and Bramble stayed by the pool, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they had helped preserve the harmony of their beloved home. And so, in the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures continued to live in balance, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the friendships that bound them. Under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, they dreamed of the wonders yet to come, their souls nourished by the gentle, unending magic of their world. Story 30. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a village nestled between the rolling hills and dense forests, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lived a young girl named Annika. Her hair was the color of chestnuts at dusk, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Annika had always been drawn to the woods that bordered her village, a place where shadows danced with the sunlight and whispers seemed to float on the breeze. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Annika would sit by her window, gazing longingly at the tree line, where she imagined countless adventures and mysteries lay hidden. Her grandmother often told her stories of the whispering woods, tales of ancient secrets and enchanted creatures that called the forest home. One such tale spoke of a magical pendant, a delicate locket said to hold the power to reveal truths and grant the wearer a single wish. It was rumored to be hidden deep within the woods, guarded by a wise old owl named Olwen, whose eyes were said to see beyond the veil of the ordinary world. Annika, with her heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for adventure, decided that the time had come to seek out the pendant and uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a thick woolen scarf to ward off the evening chill. As she stepped outside, the cool breeze brushed against her cheeks, and the leaves rustled gently as if welcoming her to the journey that lay ahead. Annika took a deep breath, the crisp air invigorating her senses, and set off down the well-trodden path that led to the forest's edge. The woods enveloped her in a tapestry of emerald and shadow, the canopy above filtering the sunlight into a soft, dappled glow. Each step Annika took was cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves, their earthy aroma mingling with the fresh scent of pine. Birds sang sweetly in the branches, their melodies weaving together like a symphony of nature. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Annika felt the presence of the woods around her, an ancient energy that seemed to pulse beneath the surface, guiding her steps. It was as if the forest itself was alive, breathing and watching with a gentle curiosity. Soon, Annika came across a small clearing, where a stream bubbled merrily over smooth stones, its waters sparkling in the afternoon sun. She paused to kneel by the stream, cupping her hands to take a refreshing drink. The water was cool and crisp, invigorating her for the journey ahead. As she rose to continue, a rustle in the underbrush caught her attention. Annika turned to see a small, timid-looking fox peering at her with curious eyes. Its fur was a vibrant russet, and its bushy tail flicked nervously. "Hello there," Annika said softly, crouching down to appear less intimidating. "Are you here to guide me?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, before stepping forward cautiously. Annika held out her hand, and the fox approached, sniffing her fingers before giving a gentle nudge with its nose. Taking this as a sign of friendship, Annika smiled and rose to her feet, following the fox as it trotted ahead, weaving through the trees with an agility and grace that seemed almost magical. Together, they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was thick with the scent of moss and wildflowers. As they walked, the forest seemed to change around them. The whispers that Annika had heard from her window became clearer, a gentle murmur that spoke of days long past and secrets yet to be revealed. The fox paused occasionally, looking back to ensure Annika was still following, its eyes full of an intelligence that belied its small size. Eventually they arrived at a glade bathed in soft golden light. At its center stood a grand ancient oak, its branches stretching wide and strong, as if cradling the sky itself. Beneath the oak sat Olwen, the wise old owl, perched upon a low branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and creams, and his eyes, large and luminous, seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, young seeker," Olwen hooted, his voice deep and resonant. "I have been expecting you." Annika stepped forward, her heart pounding with excitement and awe. "You know why I'm here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Olwen nodded sagely. "You seek the pendant, the locket of truth, do you not? It is a noble quest, and one that requires a pure heart and a sharp mind." Annika nodded, her determination unwavering. "I wish to learn its secrets, and perhaps to make a wish that can help not just me, but our village." The owl regarded her thoughtfully, then spread his wings, revealing the locket nestled gently among the leaves and twigs of his nest. The pendant was exquisite, a small, intricately carved silver locket that seemed to shimmer in the soft light. "To claim the locket, you must first prove your worth," Olwen intoned. "Answer me this. What is the greatest gift one can give?" Annika pondered the question, her mind racing through all the stories her grandmother had told her. She thought of the love and kindness that bound her family and friends, the empathy that bridged differences, and the understanding that fostered peace. "The greatest gift," she began slowly, "is friendship. For in friendship, we find understanding, love, and the strength to face any challenge." Olwen blinked his wise eyes, a slow, approving nod following her answer. "You have spoken true, young one. Friendship is indeed a powerful gift, and it is through friendship that the locket's true potential is unlocked." With a gentle motion, Olwen picked up the locket in his beak and extended it toward her. Annika reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool metal as she took it. The locket felt warm in her palm, as if alive with the promise of magic and possibility. "Remember," Olwen advised, his gaze steady and kind, "the locket will reveal what is hidden, but it is the heart that must decide what to do with that truth." Annika nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Olwen. I will use its power wisely." With the locket safely around her neck, Annika and the fox retraced their steps, the forest seeming to guide them gently back to the village. The journey felt shorter this time, as if the woods were eager to see her safely home. As they emerged from the trees, the sun was setting, casting a warm golden glow over the village. Annika paused at the edge of the forest and turned to the fox, who watched her with those wise, kind eyes. "Thank you for guiding me," she said, kneeling to give the fox a gentle stroke. "You've been a true friend." The fox gave a soft yip, nuzzling her hand before turning and disappearing back into the forest, its tail waving like a final farewell. Annika made her way home, the locket resting against her heart. She knew that its magic was not something to be used lightly, but she also felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she had gained not just a magical object, but a deeper understanding of the world and her place within it. As the days passed, Annika found herself more attuned to the whispers of the woods and the quiet magic that flowed through life. She shared her adventures with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride. And so, the legend of the Whispering Woods lived on, a tale of adventure, friendship, and the gentle power of truth. Annika knew that she would return to the forest, to seek new mysteries and forge new friendships, always guided by the wisdom she had found within the heart of the woods. With the locket around her neck, its secret safe and its magic a comforting presence, Annika drifted into sleep each night, her dreams filled with the soft symphony of the forest, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the whispers of ancient secrets carried on the wind. And in those dreams, she walked once more beneath the emerald canopy, where adventure awaited and the world was full of wonder. Story 31. Once, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Marla. Marla was a weaver by trade, her nimble fingers dancing over the loom to create tapestries rich with color and warmth. Her modest cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, was filled with the soft clatter of her work and the gentle hum of her contentment. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees, and the air was laced with the sweet scent of apple cider, Marla discovered something peculiar. Among the skeins of wool and spools of thread in her weaving basket, she found a small, unassuming button. It was an iridescent shade of blue, shimmering like the surface of a tranquil lake under the moonlight. Intrigued by its beauty, she decided to sew it onto a simple shawl she was crafting. That evening, as Marla sat by the hearth, the fire crackling and casting a warm glow around the room, she wrapped the shawl around her shoulders. Instantly, a gentle breeze swept through the cottage, carrying with it a soft melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. The notes were tender and sweet, filling Marla's heart with an inexplicable sense of peace and wonder. Curious about the source of this magical music, Marla decided to seek the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted woman named Leora, known for her stories of old and her wisdom that ran as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. As Marla made her way through the village, the world seemed to buzz with life. The breeze carried the scent of freshly baked bread from the bakery, and the laughter of children playing in the fields danced through the air. Marla's journey led her to Leora's cozy dwelling, a place overflowing with books and trinkets from faraway lands. Leora welcomed Marla with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages. "Ah, my dear Marla," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "you've found the button of melodies. It is said to bring music to the soul and reveal the true desires of the heart." As they sat together, sipping on fragrant herbal tea, Leora explained that the button was a relic from a time long past, a gift from the woodland spirits who cherished harmony and peace. "It chooses its bearer carefully," Leora added, "and reveals its magic to those pure of heart." Marla, with her gentle spirit and kind nature, was indeed such a person. Yet she was puzzled. "How do I truly understand what my heart desires?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Leora smiled softly. "The journey to understanding is as important as the discovery itself. Listen to the music, Marla. Let it guide you." With Leora's words echoing in her mind, Marla embarked on a journey of introspection. Each evening she wrapped the shawl around her shoulders and listened to the melodies that filled her home. The music was a tapestry of sounds, sometimes a gentle lullaby, other times a lively tune that set her feet tapping. As the days passed, Marla noticed subtle changes within herself. She found joy in the simple things, a bird's song at dawn, the vibrant hues of the sunset, and the laughter of friends. It was as if the music had opened her eyes to the beauty around her, and in doing so, revealed the deepest desires of her heart. One day, as Marla wandered through the woods, she encountered a curious creature named Fennel. Fennel was a squirrel with a bushy tail and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed berries. Unlike any squirrel Marla had ever met, Fennel possessed a keen sense of intuition and often guided lost travelers through the forest. "Hello, Marla," chirped Fennel, scampering up to her with a friendly twitch of his whiskers. "I couldn't help but notice the music that follows you like a shadow. It's quite enchanting." Marla chuckled. "It's this button," she said, gesturing to the shawl. "It's been teaching me to listen to my heart." Fennel nodded sagely. "The heart is a wise guide. It knows paths where eyes see none." With Fennel by her side, Marla ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine, and the earth was soft beneath their feet. Together, they encountered various woodland creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was Bramble, the rabbit, whose quick wit and clever ideas often saved the day, and Willow, the gentle deer, whose calm presence could soothe even the most troubled souls. Each new friend added a note to Marla's growing symphony of understanding, teaching her that the heart's desires are often intertwined with the kindnesses we extend to others. One chilly evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Marla and her friends gathered by a babbling brook. The water sang its own melody, a soft counterpoint to the music of Marla's heart. "There's something special about this place," Marla mused, her eyes reflecting the fading light. "It's the magic of companionship," Willow whispered, her voice as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Together we create a harmony that is more beautiful than any one of us alone." As Marla listened to the brook's song and the gentle rustle of the woods, she realized that her heart's deepest desire was not something to be found, but something to be shared. It was the joy of connection, the warmth of friendship, and the simple beauty of living in harmony with the world. With newfound clarity, Marla returned to her village, her heart light and her spirit aglow. She shared the stories of her journey, weaving them into her tapestries and spreading the music of her heart to all who would listen. Her shawl, with the magical button, became a symbol of the bond she shared with her friends, reminding her always of the wisdom she had found in their company. And so, in the gentle embrace of a village that thrived on kindness and connection, Marla lived a life rich with the melodies of her heart. Her journey had taught her that true magic lies not in objects or faraway places, but in the love and laughter we share along the way. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Marla's story became a cherished tale, told by firesides and in whispers beneath the stars. It was a story of discovery and wonder, of a heart that learned to listen and a world that sang in reply. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the world was wrapped in dreams and the moonlight danced upon the hills, the button of melodies continued to play its gentle tune, a reminder of the magic that lives in every heart. Story 32. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the grand oaks whispered secrets to the wind and the babbling brooks sang songs only the stars knew, lived a community of creatures hidden from the prying eyes of humans. This was a place where the veil between the ordinary and the magical was thin, and where harmony between all living things was both a necessity and an art passed down through the ages. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the damp earth, and the sunlight danced playfully through the dense canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Here, nestled in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of a towering sycamore, lived a wise old hedgehog named Windle. His quills were a mosaic of autumn hues, and his eyes held the soft glow of 1,000 sunsets. Windle was known throughout the forest as a sage, a guardian of stories and truths that had been whispered by the wind and carried by the river for generations. On the cusp of every new season, the creatures of the forest would gather around him to hear tales of old, each one a thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. It was on a crisp morning, as the first frost of the year dusted the leaves with silver, that Windle called a meeting. The air was alive with the sharp, invigorating scent of winter's breath, mingled with the warm, nutty aroma of roasted acorns. The creatures, from the tiniest field mouse to the most regal of deer, assembled in a circle around Windle's burrow. "Friends," Windle began, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "the seasons are our greatest teachers. They remind us of the cycles of life, of the balance that sustains us and the wisdom that guides us." As he spoke, a gentle breeze wove through the trees, carrying with it the delicate perfume of snowdrops and the promise of winter. The creatures listened intently, their breaths mingling in the cold air like wisps of cloud. "This forest," Windle continued, "is alive with magic that ebbs and flows with each season. In the spring, the earth awakens with a symphony of growth and renewal. In summer, it hums with the vibrant energy of life at its peak. Autumn teaches us the beauty of letting go, and winter." He paused, his eyes twinkling with the reflected light of the morning sun. "Winter wraps us in stillness, offering clarity and reflection." Among those gathered was a young squirrel named Thistle, whose fur was as fiery as the leaves in autumn. Thistle was curious and brimming with youthful energy, always eager to learn and explore. She had often wondered about the strange shimmer she sometimes saw glimmering in the air above the forest at dusk, a phenomenon the older creatures called the Veil of Seasons. "Windle," Thistle piped up, her voice bright and clear, "what is the Veil of Seasons? I've seen it many times, but I don't understand its purpose." "Ah, the Veil of Seasons," thought Windle, a smile touching his lips. It was indeed a wonder, a magical occurrence that had puzzled and enchanted generations. "The veil," he explained, "is the essence of the forest's magic. It is a bridge that connects the past with the present, the earth with the sky. It holds within it the memories of all who have lived here, a tapestry woven from the threads of time." The creatures murmured in awe, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of this mystical veil. Windle continued, "To see the veil is to be reminded of our place in the grand design. to understand that we are but one part of a greater whole. It is a symbol of the balance we must strive to maintain. As the day wore on, the sun casting long shadows through the trees, Thistle felt a newfound sense of wonder. She had always been aware of the changing seasons, but now she saw them as a living, breathing entity, a dance of time and elements that shaped their world. Winter settled over the forest, a gentle quilt of snow softening the edges of the landscape. The air was crisp and clean, and the forest lay in a serene hush, as if holding its breath. In this stillness, the creatures found warmth in each other's company, sharing stories and dreams by moonlight. One evening, as the sky deepened to indigo and the first stars appeared like pinpricks of light, Thistle ventured out to see the Vale of Seasons for herself. The air was tinged with the scent of snow and cedar, and the world was painted in shades of silver and blue. As she reached the edge of a frozen pond, Thistle felt a gentle tugging at her heart, a call from the land itself. She looked up, and there it was, a shimmering curtain of light hanging just above the treetops, undulating softly like the surface of a calm sea. It was as if the stars had descended to dance with the forest, their light threading through the branches in a celestial ballet. In that moment, Thistle understood the wisdom Wendell had shared. The veil was more than a phenomenon. It was a reminder of the balance that governed their lives. It spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, the harmony that allowed the forest to thrive. As the veil glowed softly in the winter night, Thistle felt a deep peace settle within her. She knew that the forest was more than just a home. It was a keeper of wisdom, a guardian of dreams. And she, like all the creatures who called it home, was a part of its eternal story. When Thistle returned to the burrow, she found Wendell waiting, his eyes reflecting the gentle light of the veil. "Did you see it?" he asked, his voice a warm embrace against the chill. "I did," Thistle replied, her heart full, "and now I understand." Wendell nodded, a smile creasing his wise old face. "Remember, Thistle, the magic of the forest is in its balance. As long as we honor that balance, we will always have a place within its embrace." And so, through the long winter nights and the coming of spring, the creatures of the ancient forest lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the gentle magic of the veil. They knew that as long as they cared for the earth and each other, their world would continue to be a place of wonder and peace, a sanctuary where dreams were woven into the very fabric of the land. As the years passed, Thistle grew into a wise leader, her heart forever tuned to the rhythms of the forest. And whenever the Vale of Seasons appeared, she would gather the young ones, passing down the stories and wisdom she had learned, ensuring that the magic of the forest would endure through the ages. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the whispering trees, the ancient forest thrived, a beacon of harmony in a world that often forgot the simple truth, that life, in all its forms, is a delicate dance of balance and beauty, a gift to be cherished with every breath. Story 33. In the heart of a tranquil, verdant valley, where the morning mist lingered like a soft whisper upon the hills, there nestled a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. This village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched-roof cottages, was home to a tapestry of vibrant characters, each as unique as the wildflowers that danced in the meadows beyond. Among them was a gentle soul named Lila, a young girl whose heart was woven with dreams as delicate as spider silk. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her herbal remedies and gentle guidance. Together, they resided in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest began its sprawling embrace of the land. Lila had always found solace in the quiet corners of the forest, where the sunbeams filtered through the canopy like golden threads. Yet despite the serenity around her, she struggled with an inner restlessness, a yearning for change that she couldn't quite grasp. She often watched the seasons shift, from the tender blush of spring to the fiery hues of autumn, and wished she could transform as effortlessly as the world around her. One crisp morning, as the autumn leaves began their graceful descent, Lila wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze carried with it the distant melody of a babbling brook. As she walked, her thoughts tangled like the roots beneath her feet, until she stumbled upon a glade bathed in dappled sunlight. At the center of this glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a welcoming elder. Beneath its sprawling canopy lay a small, shimmering pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the azure sky. Lila felt a peculiar tug at her heart, as if the glade itself beckoned her to linger. Sitting by the pond's edge, she noticed a peculiar sight, a tiny iridescent dragonfly flitting about, its wings catching the light in a dazzling display. It hovered near her almost playfully, before darting away toward the oak. Intrigued, Lila followed, feeling as though the dragonfly held a secret she was meant to uncover. As she approached the tree, she saw a small, weathered door set into its trunk, half hidden by moss and ivy. It was as if the tree itself had grown around the door, embracing it as part of its own. Hesitant yet curious, Lila reached out and gently pushed it open. Inside, she discovered a hollow chamber glowing with a soft, luminescent light. Shelves carved into the wood were lined with delicate glass vials, each containing a flower of a different hue, suspended in a shimmering liquid. At the center of the chamber sat an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling with a warmth that immediately put Lila at ease. "Welcome, child," the woman greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am the keeper of the glade." Lila felt a sense of familiarity, as if she had always known of this place. "I didn't mean to intrude," she stammered, "but something drew me here." The keeper smiled, her expression as gentle as the forest breeze. "There is no intrusion, only discovery. You see, this glade is a sanctuary for those seeking change, a place where one's inner light can be nurtured." Lila's heart quickened at the mention of change. "I've struggled with feeling stuck," she confessed. "How can I transform, like the dragonfly or the seasons?" The keeper gestured to the vials. "Each flower represents a lesson, a piece of wisdom waiting to blossom within you. Choose one, and it will guide you on your journey." Lila's eyes scanned the vials, each one a promise of growth. She was drawn to a delicate lavender bloom, its color reminding her of twilight skies. As she touched the vial, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. "Embrace the lessons it teaches you," the keeper advised. "Transformation begins within, nurtured by patience and understanding." Thanking the keeper, Lila left the glade, feeling lighter and more hopeful. As she returned home, she noticed the world seemed brighter, each leaf and shadow painted with a vividness she hadn't seen before. With each passing day, Lila carried the essence of the lavender bloom within her. She began to see the beauty in the small moments, the way sunlight filtered through her window each morning, or how the scent of fresh herbs filled their kitchen as her grandmother brewed her remedies. She realized change wasn't a sudden leap, but a gentle unfolding, each step a part of the journey. Her grandmother noticed the shift in Lila's demeanor, sensing the quiet confidence that now colored her spirit. Over evening tea, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, she spoke with a knowing smile. "You've found your own rhythm, my dear. Change is like the seasons, each with its own time to flourish." Lila nodded, understanding that her journey was not about becoming someone else, but embracing who she truly was. The dragonfly, the glade, and the keeper had shown her that transformation stemmed from within, nurtured by the simple joys and quiet wisdom of everyday life. As autumn gave way to winter's embrace, Lila felt a deep contentment. She had learned to dance with the winds of change, trusting in her own growth. The glade remained her secret haven, a reminder of the magic that resides within us all, waiting to be discovered. And so, on starry nights, when the world seemed to hold its breath in peaceful slumber, Lila would sit by her window, the lavender bloom resting beside her, and whisper a promise to the starlit sky. She would continue to grow, like the seasons, each day a new leaf unfurling, each moment a step toward the person she was meant to become. In Willowbrook, where the forest's heart pulsed with timeless wisdom, Lila's story became a quiet testament to the beauty of personal discovery, a gentle reminder that the most profound transformations often begin with the smallest of steps. And so, the village, nestled in its valley of dreams, slept peacefully under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, cradled in the promise of tomorrow's dawn. Story 34. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of the evergreen woodlands, there lay a village untouched by the rush of the outside world. Its cottages were adorned with climbing ivy, and vibrant wildflowers swayed lazily in the breeze, painting the landscape a riot of colors. Here, the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, and the soft rustling of leaves provided a melody that lulled even the busiest of minds into tranquility. In this serene village lived a young girl named Isla. She was known for her kind heart and the perpetual twinkle in her eyes that hinted at secret wonders she often wandered off to explore. Her most cherished possession was a delicate, shimmering locket, given to her by her grandmother, who had whispered that it held the power to reveal hidden truths. Isla wore it always, a testament to the bond she shared with her grandmother and the mysteries she hoped to uncover. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced down from the trees, Isla set out on a journey through the woods. She was drawn by a dream that had visited her the night before, a dream of a hidden realm nestled deep within the heart of the forest. Her footsteps were soft on the mossy carpet of the forest floor, and the only sound was the gentle whisper of the wind through the branches. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the familiar paths began to blur into untrodden trails. The trees grew taller, their canopies closing in until only dappled sunlight filtered through, casting curious patterns on the ground. It was here, in this hushed and secluded part of the forest, that Isla felt a gentle tug at her heart. Her locket seemed to pulse with warmth against her chest, a gentle reminder of its presence and promise. Suddenly, a soft chiming broke the stillness, a sound like silver bells tinkling in the distance. Isla paused, her breath catching in her throat. The sound beckoned her forward, leading her to a small clearing where a pool of crystalline water lay undisturbed. At its edge, the air shimmered with a faint, iridescent glow, and Isla knew she had found something extraordinary. Kneeling beside the pool, Isla peered into its depths. Her reflection wavered on the surface, and for a heartbeat, she thought she saw another face staring back at her, a face with eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. But as quickly as it appeared, it vanished, leaving only her own reflection and a sense of wonder that filled her heart. Driven by an inexplicable urge, Isla touched the surface of the water with her fingertips. A ripple spread outwards, and as it did, the pool seemed to expand, revealing a hidden world beneath, a world of vibrant colors and fantastical creatures, a world unlike any she had ever known. Before she could fully comprehend what she was seeing, the air around her shimmered again, and Isla felt herself being drawn into the pool. The sensation was gentle and warm, like a comforting embrace, and she found herself in a place that defied all logic and expectation. The world around her was alive with magic. Trees with golden leaves stretched upwards, their branches entwined like old friends sharing secrets. Flowers glowed with an inner light, casting soft hues across the landscape. In the air, creatures flitted about, tiny beings with wings that sparkled like the evening stars, each one leaving a trail of laughter and light in its wake. Isla stood in awe, her heart swelling with the beauty of it all. It was then she realized she was not alone. A figure emerged from the shadows, a fox with fur as red as the setting sun and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Welcome, Isla," the fox said, its voice as gentle as a lullaby. "I am Rin, the guardian of this realm. You have been chosen, for your heart is pure and your spirit adventurous." Isla found herself smiling at Rin, feeling an instant kinship with the creature. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "This is the Vale of Verithia," Rin replied, "a hidden world that exists alongside your own. It is a place of harmony and magic, where the natural world is cherished and protected. Few are given the privilege to see it, and fewer still to walk its paths." As they spoke, Rin led Isla through the enchanted forest, introducing her to its wonders. They passed by a glen where the grass sang a soft melody when the wind brushed through it, and a grove where the trees whispered stories of ancient times. Isla's heart soared with each new discovery, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this journey than mere exploration. "Why have I been brought here, Rin?" she asked, her curiosity as boundless as the sky. Rin paused, turning to look at Isla with a gaze that seemed to pierce her very soul. "There is a balance that must be maintained," Rin said gently. "Recently, the harmony of Verithia has been disturbed. An ancient tree, the heartwood, has begun to wither, Its life sustains this world, and if it fades, so too will the magic of Verithia. Ela listened intently, her heart aching at the thought of such beauty being lost. "How can I help?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. "The Heartwood's roots are entwined with both our worlds," Rin explained. "It thrives on the strength of friendship and the purity of love. You, Isla, possess a gift, the ability to see beyond what others can. Your journey here is not by chance, but by destiny. You must find a way to restore the Heartwood's strength." The task seemed daunting, but Isla felt a warmth and courage growing within her. She was not alone in this. Rin and the magical beings of Verithia were with her. As they ventured deeper into the heart of Verithia, Isla noticed the subtle changes in the realm. The vibrant colors seemed to dim, and the air grew heavy with a sense of unease. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for a resolution. They arrived at a clearing where the Heartwood stood, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches reaching towards the heavens. But its leaves were losing their luster, and its bark was marred with cracks. Ela approached the tree reverently, her heart aching at the sight. She closed her eyes, placing her hand against the rough bark. In that moment, she felt a connection, a pulse of life that resonated with her very being. A soft voice echoed in her mind, gentle and wise. "Seek the essence of true friendship and love. It is the key to my revival." Ela opened her eyes, understanding dawning upon her. She turned to Rin, a plan forming in her mind. "We must bring together those who are divided, unite hearts with a bond of friendship and love. Only then can we save the Heartwood." Rin nodded, their eyes filled with hope. "You are wise, Isla. Let us begin." Together, they traveled through Verithia, seeking out those who had become estranged. They found a pair of sparrows who had quarreled over the brightest nest, a family of deer who had grown distant over past misunderstandings, and even a brook that no longer sang its harmonious tune out of sadness for a lost friend. With patience and kindness, Ela and Rin helped each one see the strength in unity and the beauty in understanding. They shared stories of old, reminding the creatures of the joy found in companionship and the warmth of forgiveness. As each bond was mended, the Heartwood began to heal. Its leaves regained their vibrant hue, and the air once again thrummed with the melody of life. The realm of Verithia flourished, its magic restored. In the end, Ela understood that the true magic lay not in spells or enchantments, but in the simple, profound connections between beings. It was a lesson she carried back to her own world, a reminder that love and friendship were the greatest gifts of all. When the time came for Ela to return home, Rin walked with her to the edge of the forest. "Thank you, Ela," Rin said, their voice filled with gratitude. "You have given us a great gift." Isla smiled, her heart light with joy. "I will never forget this place, or the friends I've made." With a final embrace, Ela returned to her village, her locket glowing softly against her heart, a symbol of the adventure that had changed her forever. And from that day on, as she walked the familiar paths of her world, Ela knew that the magic of Verithia would always be with her, in the laughter of friends, the beauty of nature, and the kindness of strangers. In the quiet of night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the world hushed into slumber, the story of Isla and the Vale of Verithia was whispered among the trees, a tale of friendship, love, and the enduring magic that binds us all. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets to those who would listen, nestled the quaint village of Pine Haven. The village was known for its warm firesides, the sweet scent of baking bread that lingered in the air, and the gentle hum of bees that danced among the wildflowers. Pine Haven was a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary, and magic wove through the lives of its inhabitants like golden threads. On the edge of the village there lived a wise old woman named Anwen. Her cottage, adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by a garden of herbs and flowers, was a haven for all who sought her counsel. Anwen had a gift for seeing things that others could not, for listening to the whispers of the wind, and for understanding the mysteries of the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as a golden sun began to rise and cast its warm glow over the village, Anwen awoke to a peculiar sight. Her herb garden, which she had tended with love and care, was in a state of disarray. The lavender, usually straight and proud, was tangled and twisted. The rosemary, normally fragrant and vibrant, appeared wilted and dull, and the mint, which Anwen often used in her soothing teas, was completely uprooted. Perplexed, Anwen knelt beside her garden, her fingers gently brushing the disturbed earth. As she pondered the mystery, a soft rustling behind her caught her attention. Turning, she found herself face to face with a tiny creature, no taller than a toadstool, with wings as delicate as a butterfly's and eyes as bright as dewdrops. "Good morning, Anwen," chirped the creature, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Pip, a sprite of the woods. I saw what happened to your garden and thought you might need a friend." Anwen smiled warmly, her heart lightened by the sprite's presence. "Thank you, Pip. It seems something strange has befallen my garden, and I could indeed use some help." The sprite fluttered closer, inspecting the plants with keen eyes. "It seems like the work of a mischievous spirit," Pip mused, "but not one from our woods. Perhaps something has wandered where it should not." Anwen nodded thoughtfully. "Then we must discover what and why. Would you join me in unraveling this mystery?" With a nod of agreement, Pip led Anwen deeper into the woods, where the trees grew tall, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. As they walked, Anwen listened carefully, her ears attuned to the sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the distant murmur of a brook. As they reached the heart of the woods, where a small clearing bathed in sunlight opened before them, they came upon a curious sight. In the center of the clearing stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening with morning dew. Among them a tiny figure danced, a figure that seemed to shimmer and shift like sunlight on water. "Ah," said Pip, his eyes widening in recognition. "A fairy. And not just any fairy, a twilight fairy, one who dances between the worlds." Anwen approached the fairy with gentle steps, her voice soft and soothing. "Hello, little one. I am Anwen, and this is my friend Pip. We mean you no harm, but we are curious about your presence here." The fairy paused in her dance, her eyes meeting Anwen's with an expression of both mischief and apology. "I am sorry for the trouble I have caused," she said, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "I became lost in your world, and in my confusion, I disturbed your garden." Anwen knelt beside the fairy, her heart filled with understanding. "We all find ourselves lost at times," she replied kindly. "But perhaps we can help you find your way back home." The fairy's eyes brightened with hope. "Would you truly help me?" "Of course," Anwen assured her. "The woods are full of wise creatures and hidden paths. With Pip's guidance and a little magic, I'm sure we can set things right." With a nod of agreement, Pip led them to an ancient oak tree whose trunk was wide and gnarled with age. The tree was known as the Elder Oak, a guardian of secrets and a keeper of paths. Anwen placed her hand upon its bark, feeling the life and wisdom that pulsed within. "Elder Oak," she whispered, "we seek a path to the realm of the fairies, to guide our new friend home. Can you help us?" The tree creaked and groaned, its branches swaying as if in thought. Then, with a gentle sigh, a door appeared in the bark, revealing a shimmering path lined with golden light. The fairy clapped her hands in delight, her wings fluttering with joy. Thank you," she cried. "I shall never forget your kindness." Anwen smiled, her heart warmed by the fairy's gratitude. "Go safely, little one, and may your journey be swift and joyous." With a final wave, the fairy flitted through the door, disappearing into the realm of her own kind. The door closed softly behind her, leaving the woods once again in peaceful silence. As Anwen and Pip made their way back to the village, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across their path. When they reached the cottage, they found that the garden had been restored to its former glory. The lavender stood tall, the rosemary was vibrant, and the mint, freshly replanted, waved gently in the breeze. "Thank you, Pip," Anwen said, her voice filled with gratitude. "Without your help, this mystery might have remained unsolved." Pip smiled, his wings shimmering in the evening light. "It is in friendship that we find our greatest strength," he replied. "And in kindness, we discover the magic that binds us all." And so, with hearts content and spirits lifted, Anwen and Pip settled by the fireside, where the flames crackled and danced, casting a warm glow throughout the cottage. Outside, the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, and the village of Pine Haven drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the whispering woods. For Anwen and Pip, The adventure had come to a close, but the bonds of friendship they had forged would endure, a reminder that even in the face of mystery, kindness and understanding could light the way home. Story 36. In the gentle glow of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like a sea of diamonds scattered across the velvet night, there existed a small, unassuming planet known as Orinthia. It was a place where emerald forests swayed beneath sapphire skies, and crystal-clear streams murmured lullabies to the creatures that called it home. Among these creatures was a wise and gentle being named Neri, whose silver-tipped wings shimmered in the light of the twin moons. Neri was an Orinthian, a species known for their deep connection to the natural world and their ability to communicate with the plants and animals around them. Meanwhile, far across the cosmic expanse, on the planet Rigella, a young inventor named Alix gazed up at the same twinkling stars from his workshop. Rigella was a world of innovation and bustling cities, where the air hummed with the energy of countless machines and the skies were painted with the trails of flying vehicles. Alix, with his azure skin and inquisitive eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, was a Rigelan, known for their technological genius and insatiable thirst for knowledge. One fateful night, a message, carried on a beam of light, found its way from Orinthia to Rigella. It was a call for help, a plea from Neri's people seeking assistance with a mysterious ailment that was causing the vibrant flora of their planet to wilt and fade. Alix, ever eager to explore the unknown, volunteered to travel to Orinthia, bringing with him the promise of scientific expertise and a heart ready for adventure. The journey was long, the stars slipping by like whispered secrets, until Alix's ship descended through the ethereal clouds of Orinthia. As he stepped onto the soft, mossy ground, the air enveloped him like a gentle embrace, filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the distant song of birds. Neri awaited him at the edge of the forest, their wings folded gracefully behind them. Their eyes, deep and knowing, met Alix's with a mix of hope and apprehension. "Welcome, traveler from afar." Neri's voice was like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "We are grateful for your presence." Alix smiled, his curiosity piqued by the beauty of this world. "I am here to help and to learn," he replied, his voice carrying the warmth of a friendly hearth. Their first meeting was tentative, the air between them filled with the uncertainties that often accompany encounters between those from different worlds. But as days turned into weeks, and Alix worked alongside Neri to understand the mysterious ailment afflicting the plants, a bond began to form. They shared stories beneath the stars, Neri speaking of the ancient wisdom of the Orinthians, while Alix recounted tales of Rigella's technological marvels. Yet, not all was smooth. There were moments of misunderstanding, like when Alix, in his eagerness, attempted to apply a technological solution that clashed with the delicate balance of Orinthia's ecosystem. Neri, gentle but firm, guided him to see the world through their eyes, to feel the rhythm of the forest and the whispers of the leaves. "Sometimes," Neri said during a quiet evening beside a bubbling brook, "the answers we seek are already whispered by the world around us. We just need to listen." Alix nodded, the realization settling within him like a seed ready to grow. "And sometimes," he added thoughtfully, "those whispers need the clarity of understanding that comes from working together." As they toiled side by side, their friendship deepened. They faced challenges together, such as when a sudden storm threatened to uproot their work. Alix, using his knowledge, constructed a makeshift shelter, while Neri calmed the animals, singing to the winds until they subsided. In the quiet aftermath, as the sky cleared to reveal a tapestry of stars, they sat together, the bond between them stronger for having weathered the storm. "Thank you," Neri said softly, their wings shimmering in the moonlight. "For standing by us." Alix chuckled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "We stand together, my friend, always." With time, they discovered the nature of the ailment, an imbalance caused by a rare mineral buried deep within the soil. Combining Neri's intuitive understanding of Orinthia's ecosystem with Alix's technological prowess, they devised a gentle solution, one that would restore harmony to the land without disrupting its natural beauty. As the plants slowly began to thrive once more, the people of Orinthia gathered to celebrate, their songs echoing through the forest like a promise of hope renewed. Neri and Calix stood side by side, their hearts light with the joy of shared accomplishment. In the days that followed, as Calix prepared to return to Rigella, he realized he was leaving not just a planet, but a dear friend. Neri, too, felt the bittersweet tug of farewell, but they knew that the bond they'd forged would transcend the distance between stars. "Remember," Neri said as they stood at the edge of the forest, "friendship is like the stars. Even when we can't see them, we know they're always there." Calix nodded, his heart full. "And like the stars, our paths will cross again, lighting up the sky for all to see." With a final embrace, Calix boarded his ship, the engines humming softly as it lifted into the sky. As he looked back, he saw Neri, a silver silhouette against the vibrant green of Orinthia, wings outstretched in farewell. And as his ship soared through the cosmos, Calix carried with him the warmth of their friendship, a light to guide him on all the journeys yet to come. Story 37. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Title: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. In the tranquil village of Valenwood, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a girl named Leora. The village was a serene tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched cottages, and fields that stretched endlessly beneath a sky that seemed to cradle the sun. It was a place where time meandered like the gentle brook that wound its way through the village, bringing with it stories of the forest's ancient mysteries. Leora was known among the villagers for her curious spirit and her kindness that warmed even the coldest of hearts. Her days were spent exploring the woods, where the trees whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. These woods were rumored to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary world met the extraordinary. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the forest with golden light, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground crunched softly beneath her boots. She wore a cloak the color of twilight, its hood pulled up against the chill, and carried with her a small leather satchel, a gift from her grandmother who had told her stories of the forest's magic. As she wandered deeper into the woods, following a path that seemed to call her name, she stumbled upon something unusual. Beneath a sprawling oak tree, shrouded in a cascade of amber leaves, lay an object that glimmered faintly in the morning light. It was a delicate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as she held it in her hand. Leora felt a tingle of excitement, tempered by curiosity. She had heard stories of magical objects hidden within the forest, but never had she imagined finding one herself. Clutching the key, she continued her journey, the forest now feeling more alive, as if it were guiding her steps. As she walked, the path began to change. The trees grew taller, their branches weaving a canopy that dappled the ground in soft hues. The air was filled with a gentle hum, like a distant melody, and Leora felt as though she were being drawn towards something unseen. After what felt like hours, she arrived at a clearing bathed in sunlight. At its center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with ivy and covered in runes that glowed softly. Leora's heart raced, for she knew this was no ordinary place. This was the gateway to the hidden world of the Whispering Woods, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime tales. With the key trembling in her hand, she approached the archway. As she inserted the key into a hidden lock, the runes flared with light, and the air shimmered with anticipation. The archway began to hum, and slowly it opened, revealing a world beyond the veil of the ordinary. Leora stepped through, her breath catching in her throat. The hidden world was a tapestry of wonders, a place where the fantastical mingled with the familiar. Flowers of every hue filled the air with their fragrance, and creatures of legend darted between the trees, their eyes alight with curiosity and warmth. As she ventured further, Leora met a small fox with fur like spun gold. His eyes sparkled with intelligence, and he introduced himself as Finley, a guardian of the forest. Finley explained that the key she had found was one of the forest keys, magical objects that maintained the balance between the two worlds. Each key was entrusted to a guardian, chosen by the forest itself. Leora listened with rapt attention, her heart swelling with wonder at the responsibility that had been bestowed upon her. Finley spoke of the forest's harmony, its delicate balance threatened by those who sought to exploit its magic for selfish gain. The keys, he said, were the forest's way of ensuring that only those with pure hearts could access its secrets. Over the days that followed, Leora and Finley explored the hidden world together. She learned of the creatures that called it home and the enchantments that wove it into being. They visited the luminal grove, where the trees glowed with an inner light, and the crystal falls, whose waters sang with the voices of the ancients. Each place was a marvel, a testament to the forest's magic and its enduring beauty. Yet, as much as Leora marveled at the wonders around her, she was also aware of the responsibility she bore. The key she had found was a symbol of trust, a bond between her and the forest. It was a promise to protect this hidden world and to ensure its secrets were kept safe from those who would do it harm. One evening, as the setting sun painted the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora and Finley sat beside a babbling brook. The air was cool, and the forest was filled with the gentle songs of night creatures waking to the twilight. "Leora," Finley began, his voice soft with the weight of what he was about to say. "The forest chose you for a reason. It sensed the kindness in your heart and the strength in your spirit. But this journey isn't just about protecting the forest. It's also about discovering who you are and what you are capable of." Leora listened, the warmth of Finley's words settling over her like a comforting blanket. She knew what he said was true. The forest was a part of her now, as much as she was a part of it. In its depths, she had found a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than herself. As the days turned to weeks, Leora's bond with the forest deepened. She learned to listen to its whispers, to understand its needs and desires. She discovered a strength within her that she had never known, a quiet resilience that allowed her to face the challenges that came her way. But not all who entered the forest were as kind-hearted as Leora. One day, while exploring a secluded glen, she encountered a stranger. He was a tall man with a sharp gaze and an air of mystery about him. His presence unsettled her, for she sensed an undercurrent of darkness in his intentions. The man introduced himself as Marcellus, a traveler seeking the forest's secrets. He spoke in a smooth, persuasive voice, weaving tales of exploration and discovery. Yet beneath his words, Leora sensed a hunger, a desire to possess the magic of the forest for himself. Leora knew she had to protect the forest from Marcellus's greed. She and Finley devised a plan to guide him away, using the forest's enchantments to create illusions that would lead him astray. It was a delicate dance, one that required all of Leora's ingenuity and the forest's magic. Through patience and cleverness, they managed to divert Marcellus, leading him in circles until he grew weary and confused. Frustrated, he eventually left the forest, his ambitions thwarted by the very magic he sought to control. With Marcellus gone, peace returned to the forest. The creatures resumed their songs, and the trees sighed with relief. Leora had proven herself a true guardian, her wisdom and kindness shielding the hidden world from harm. As the seasons changed, Leora continued her guardianship, learning and growing with each passing day. Her adventures in the hidden world taught her the importance of balance, of living in harmony with nature and respecting its mysteries. One day, as she sat beneath a willow tree, watching the sun set over the horizon, she realized how much she had changed. The girl who had first wandered into the whispering woods was still there, but she had grown into someone wiser, someone more attuned to the world around her. In time, Leora became a legend in Valenwood, her tales of the hidden world inspiring generations to come. She remained a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the two worlds, ensuring that its secrets were preserved for those who would honor and cherish them. And so the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its magic a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that sometimes forgot the beauty of the unseen. Leora's story was one of friendship and transformation, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the world around us. As the firelight flickered and the stars began their nightly dance across the sky, Leora sat quietly, listening to the woods whispering their ancient secrets, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 38. In a serene village, nestled between the emerald folds of rolling hills and the gentle murmur of a silvery stream, there lived a young woman named Mira. Mira was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, but she carried a deep-seated fear of change. Her days were spent tending to the same patch of wildflowers, sipping tea by the window, and reading her favorite stories by the light of the flickering hearth. Despite the comfort of familiarity, Mira often found herself gazing beyond the village borders, where the whispering woods met the sky. A part of her yearned to explore the world beyond, yet the very thought filled her with trepidation. She longed for something more, but was unsure of what it was or how to find it. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun's golden fingers reached through the mist, Mira ventured to the edge of the village. There she met an elderly woman named Asha, whose eyes sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. Asha was known for her wisdom and had a knack for helping others see the world anew. "Good morning, Mira," Asha greeted warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I see the wanderlust in your eyes, yet your feet remain rooted." Mira sighed, watching the breeze dance through the trees. "I wish to explore, but the thought of leaving frightens me. What if I'm not ready for what's beyond?" Asha chuckled softly, the sound like a gentle brook. "Change, my dear, is like the seasons. It comes whether we beckon it or not, but it brings beauty and growth, just as spring follows winter." With a kind smile, Asha handed Mira a small, smooth stone glistening with an iridescent sheen. "Carry this with you," she said. It will remind you of the magic within you, magic that grows as you do. Curious, Mira tucked the stone into her pocket, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone seemed to hum gently, lulling her into a deep, dream-filled sleep. In her dreams, Mira found herself wandering through an enchanted forest where the trees whispered secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and pine. She followed a path of twinkling lights, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the forest. There she encountered a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. Its eyes, like twin moons, watched her with a knowing gaze. "Fear not, child of the earth," the owl hooted softly. "Embrace the path of change, for within it lies your true self." The dream faded with the dawn, leaving Mira with a sense of peace and a heart full of questions. She knew she couldn't ignore the call of the unknown any longer. As the days turned into weeks, Mira began to explore the woods beyond her village, the stone in her pocket a constant companion. With each step, she discovered new wonders: fields of golden poppies, streams that sang with the voices of the wind, and sun-dappled clearings where time seemed to stand still. Along her journey, Mira met others who shared her path. There was Lucien, a gentle minstrel with a voice like velvet, who spoke of distant lands and the stories that bound them. And Serene, a spirited herbalist with a heart as wild as the herbs she gathered, who taught Mira the language of plants and the healing power of nature. Together, they explored the mysteries of the woods, sharing laughter and stories beneath the stars. With their friendship, Mira's fears began to fade like morning mist. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but embraced, a dance between the known and the unknown. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of rose and gold, Mira felt a familiar warmth in her pocket. The stone glowed softly, illuminating her path home. She understood then that the magic within her had grown, mirroring her own transformation. Back in the village, Mira was greeted with open arms by her neighbors, who marveled at the light in her eyes and the peace in her smile. She shared her tales of adventure, weaving them into stories that filled the hearts of those who listened. In time, Mira realized that her journey had not only changed her, but had also brought a renewed sense of wonder to her village. The once familiar paths were now seen through new eyes, and the magic of the world was revealed in the everyday. Mira's story spread far and wide, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the power to change and grow. Her journey was a testament to the beauty of personal discovery, a melody of transformation sung by the heart. And so, as the seasons turned and the world danced to the rhythm of time, Mira found peace in knowing that change was the greatest adventure of all, a journey not to be feared, but embraced with open arms and a hopeful heart. As she lay beneath the stars, the world wrapped in the soft embrace of night, she whispered a silent thank you to the forest, the friends, and the magic that had guided her home. In the warmth of her cottage, with the crackling fire casting a gentle glow, Mira held the stone to her heart. It was a reminder of the journey she had taken, of the fears she had faced, and the wonders she had discovered. She knew now that the world was full of magic, waiting to be found by those brave enough to seek it. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams were filled with visions of new adventures, new friends, and the endless possibilities that awaited her. For Mira had learned that change was not an end, but a beginning, a door to a world where the heart could soar and the soul could sing. And in the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, the gentle breeze carried a whisper of hope, a promise that each day would bring new magic, new growth, and new beginnings. And so with the dawn, Mira awoke with a smile, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, her heart full of courage and her spirit alight with the magic of transformation. Story 39. Story 40. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. Story 41. Story 42. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 43? Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 47. Story 48. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw, and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. "With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Leela, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Leela set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, thistle, fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy. Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. "It's like the woods are speaking to us," she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Lila. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the whispering woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force, their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the Whispering Woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Story 58. Story 59. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Story 60. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Kyra wandered into the Curious Corner. Kyra was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Kyra meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye, a small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Kyra reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Kyra's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Kyra decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Kyra sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" the voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Kyra whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Kyra embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Kyra ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Kyra thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Kyra, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Kyra accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Kyra reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Kyra realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Kyra returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Kyra's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Kyra nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. 61. Story 62. Story 63. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. Story 64. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose. Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listen to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before, and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation. Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 76. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Kyra. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Kyra, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Kyra promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Kyra crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Kyra noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Kyra discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Kyra watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Kyra called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmer folk, caretakers of the night." Kyra smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmer folk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Kyra chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Kyra and the Glimmer folk worked together. The creatures taught Kyra about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Kyra explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmer folk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Kyra's wisdom and the Glimmer folk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Kyra lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 77. Story 78. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 79. Story 80. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts. Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terrak, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terrak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terrak. As they tested their creation, The first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terrak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terrak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terrakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Story 86. Story 87. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. Story 88. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement, and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship, and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Story 89. Story 90. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 91. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willowtree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Story 92. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey. Wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese, she followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Serafina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The keeper of waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. "The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth." As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room, With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. "Perhaps," Flora replied with a wink. "But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself." Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. "And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter," he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Leela. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Title: The Whispering Grove. Underneath the pale glow of the moon, nestled in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there was a grove known only to a few. Cloaked in mystery and enchantment, this grove was said to hold the secrets of the forest, whispered by the tall, ancient trees that stood like guardians around its periphery. It was here that the story of a young girl named Leora began, a tale spun with magic, friendship, and self-discovery. Leora was a gentle soul, with eyes the color of a clear summer sky, and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of golden leaves. She lived on the outskirts of the woods, in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, who often spoke of the wonders hidden in the forest. Though Leora had heard these tales countless times, she had never ventured beyond the familiar paths, until one fateful night when the winds carried a peculiar melody to her ears. It was a soft, haunting tune that seemed to call her name, weaving through the branches and rustling the leaves. Curiosity ignited within her, a flame that refused to be extinguished. So she wrapped herself in her favorite cloak, a deep green that matched the forest, and set out under the starlit sky, guided by the moonlight that danced across her path. As she wandered deeper into the woods, the air around her began to change, filled with the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and elusive. The trees stood taller here, their bark rough and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets she could almost understand. Her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation, Leora followed the melody until she found herself standing at the edge of the whispering grove. Bathed in the moon's gentle glow, the grove was a sight to behold. Flowers of every hue blossomed in wild abundance, their petals glistening with dew like tiny jewels. A narrow stream wound its way through the clearing, its waters shimmering like liquid silver, and in the center of it all stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. As Leora stepped into the grove, the melody grew stronger, resonating through her very being. She felt a warmth spread from her heart, as if the grove itself welcomed her presence. It was then she noticed a small, curious object resting at the base of the oak tree, a locket, its surface etched with intricate designs that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Drawn to it, Leora knelt beside the locket, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns. As she touched it, a gentle warmth spread through her hand, and she felt a connection, as if the locket knew her. With a soft click, the locket opened, revealing a tiny glowing ember inside. The light was mesmerizing, a soft, golden glow that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. In that moment, the world around her shifted. The grove was no longer just a clearing in the woods. It was alive with magic. The trees whispered in a language she could almost grasp. The flowers swayed in rhythm with an unseen breeze, and the stream sang a tune of its own. Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had found a hidden part of herself in this enchanted place. But as she marveled at the wonders around her, she noticed she was not alone. From behind the oak emerged a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a deep, lustrous red with a tail tipped in gold and eyes that gleamed with intelligence and warmth. The fox regarded her with a gentle curiosity, as if assessing her worth. "Welcome, Leora," the fox spoke, its voice soft and melodic, echoing the grove's whispers. "I am Ari, guardian of the Whispering Grove. You have found the heart of the forest." Leora blinked in surprise. "The heart of the forest?" she repeated, her voice a hushed whisper. Ari nodded, stepping closer. "The locket you hold is the source of the grove's magic. It connects all things within the forest. It chose you, Leora, for you have a heart as kind and pure as the grove itself." Leora felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of purpose she had never known before. "But why me?" she asked, her voice laced with wonder and doubt. "Because you listen," Ori replied with a gentle smile. "Few hear the forest's whispers, but you do. You have a gift, Leora, and with it, you can help the forest and those who dwell within it." As the night wore on, Ori shared tales of the grove and its magic, of the balance that must be maintained, and the creatures that depended on it. Leora listened, her heart swelling with a sense of duty and determination. She understood now that the journey she had embarked upon was more than she had ever imagined. It was a calling. From that night forward, Leora visited the grove often, learning from Ari and the forest itself. She discovered hidden paths that led to secret glades, befriended creatures both great and small, and grew in wisdom and strength. The locket around her neck became a symbol of her bond with the forest, its glow a constant reminder of the magic she held within. But as with all tales, challenges arose. The forest, though vibrant and alive, was not without its shadows. One day, while exploring a distant part of the woods, Leora encountered a darkness she had never felt before, a creeping shadow that sought to consume the light of the grove. It was a presence that chilled her to the bone, a void that drained the warmth from her heart. She knew then that her true test had arrived. With Ori by her side, she delved into the heart of the darkness, guided by the whispers of the grove and the light of the locket. Through trials and tribulations, Leora faced her fears and doubts, drawing strength from the friendships she had forged and the wisdom she had gained. She learned that true power lay not in magic alone, but in the courage to stand for what was right, the compassion to heal, and the love that bound all creatures together. In the end, it was not a battle of force, but of heart. Leora reached out to the darkness, offering it the warmth of her spirit and the light of the grove. With a final, resounding whisper, the darkness relented, its anger and pain soothed by the love that surrounded it. As the shadows lifted and the light returned, the forest sang a song of renewal and hope. Leora stood at the center of the grove, the locket glowing with a radiant light, her heart full of peace. In that moment, she understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove, that even in the darkest of times, love and friendship could light the way. And so, with the forest thriving and the bond between them stronger than ever, Leora's journey of discovery came to a gentle, fulfilling end. The Whispering Grove, with its secrets and wonders, would forever be a part of her soul, a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and the enduring magic of the natural world. And as she returned to her cottage, the moonlight guiding her path, Leora knew that she was truly home. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at widder with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the Whispering Woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective. With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Leela returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Leela explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth, drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued, she turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmer fox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmer fox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira. The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Leora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Leora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Leora's imagination. It was from these tales that Leora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Leora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Leora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Leora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Leora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. a stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Leora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Leora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Leora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Leora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Leora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Leora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Leora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Leora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Leora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Leora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Leora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Leora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Leora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, The world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility.